Good morning and welcome to day 3 coverage of this round 3 encounter between Barbados Pride and the Jamaica Scorpions. Today is Friday, better known as Friday, February 14th or Valentine's Day. And because of that, we're going to start our coverage with a little poem. Roses are red, violets are blue. I love cricket. If you're watching this coverage, I guess you do too. Let's take a quick look back at yesterday, where Barbados Pride resumed on an overnight score of 9 without loss. And things were a little interesting for them because after what was a very good start in the morning session between Zachary McCaskey and Craig Brathwaite, well, wickets started to tumble. And that's exactly what you're seeing here. A case of Jamaica Scorpions led by Brad Barnes, who picked up his first 5-wicket haul in first-class cricket. Yeah, he was the star of the show and the man with the hands when it came to yesterday. Jermaine Blackwood, he too was in the action. He picked up some big wickets. But if you think about a star of the show for yesterday, it was Jonathan Drakes with back-to-back hundreds. And he certainly will be smiling because of it. Barbados Pride, in the end, ended up with a relatively healthy lead by the end of things. And Jamaica Scorpions, well, they've just lost the 1 wicket in their second innings, still trailing by some 36 runs. So we're all set for the beginning of play here on the morning of day number 3. How will things shape up? Well, we've got absolutely perfect conditions here at Kensington Oval when we think about sunshine, when we think about the ground, and a surface which is beginning to slightly deteriorate. It's beginning to get a bit up and down. We're seeing some balls beginning to turn, and because of that, well, it means that batting could be slightly challenging. But I guess we'll see how things play out here on day number 3. Jamaica Scorpions will be hoping that they can pile on some runs upwards, let's say, of 190, 200 or so, and put Barbados Pride in a position where it could get very interesting in terms of a 4th innings. But that is all conjecture, that is all thought. What will the reality be? Well, at the end of today, we will find out. The first over will be coming from the Joel Garner end. And it looks as if it's going to be Matthew Forde with ball in hand to get things going for us. Still a relatively new ball, as just 12 overs have been bowled with this ball. Kirk McKenzie, he's looking for some runs. He's yet to really fire in this year's first-class season. At the other end is captain John Campbell. He's got himself 100 already. He's got 250s, and he's looking to pile things on. He is going to be a major key in this Jamaica Scorpions innings. How long can he be out there in the sunshine? So we're set for ball number 1 of day number 3. A belated appeal from them. Slip cordon maybe went up early. Matthew Forde went up after them. Questions being asked quite early. It's going to be a very interesting morning session for Jamaica Scorpions. Two slips and a gully to start the morning for Forde. First runs of the morning off the bat of John Campbell. He's had an interesting time when you think about how he's run across this innings. Hasn't necessarily looked to run too many quick singles. Around the wicket, that natural angle with that ball coming back into the left-handers, and he's hoping to get it to straighten a bit, get it to move away from the left-handed batters, bring those slips into play. Now 3 slips instead of 2 slips and a gully. a bit too straight on that occasion. And Mackenzie gets his first runs of the morning. A day we were expecting to getting 94 overs. That's why just a slightly earlier start this morning, of course, still attempting to make up for the loss of some play on day number 1. This morning's session, I'm joined by Andrew Mason. Good morning, Andrew.
Morning. How are you, Joel? Brighton sun at Kensington?
I'm doing quite good this morning. In front of square and work to be done. Outfield quite fast here today. A boundary to close out the first over of the morning. It's 32 for 1.
So Barbados electing to start with an all-pace attack. No Roach. He's on the field down at fine leg. This first session is going to be of great importance. Here's Simmons to start from the southern end. A pitch which still has, in my view, good carry. The very first ball bowled by Forde, there was a confident appeal for a catch at the wicket, but what impressed me was the bounce generated by a medium pacer.
Yeah, that bounce factor is something that will be heavily scrutinized as we go across day number 3. As we got into that final session of yesterday, you start to see quite a few deliveries begin to keep low, especially with bowlers coming from this Joel Garner end. It was more so outside of the right-handers off stump, so I was not certain with regards to how it might be outside of the left-handers off stump, but in terms of the right-handed batters yesterday evening, they struggled a bit with that inconsistent bounce. Spinners got a bit more purchase from this end that Simmons is currently running in at. This Malcolm Marshall and Brad Barnes picked up 6 wickets. We saw the leg spinner get a bit of bite, bounce and turn as well in the latter stages of yesterday. So it'll be interesting to see where captains bowl certain bowlers from, but yes, something that we will analyse as we go across today.
It's a good delivery. Movement across the left-hander. Came from the outer portion of the bat. Simmons will be quite happy with that delivery. Bowled very well against the academy. I think that's what kept him in the Barbados team for this match. Mackenzie, who survived a very comfortable appeal for a catch at the wicket yesterday off the spinner Holder, will want to come good. He failed in the first innings, but he's looked pretty solid so far. It's an important day in terms of giving you a cue as to what could possibly happen in this match.
First wicket of the morning. It goes to Ramon Simmons.
Yeah. Just outside the off stump. And a big edge. A disappointing way to go. In fact, as you will say in Jamaica, it was just bigging him up and he played a loose shot. Another failure for him. Barbados won't mind that. Good wicket to get early in the morning. Good bowling by Simmons as well. I think he's looked good in this match. He's lost some pace, but he's one to get the ball to move around, and he's rewarded. So Mackenzie departs, 32 for 2.
Just what Barbados Pride would have wanted at the start of day number 3, to be able to pick up an early wicket. And now it brings Jermaine Blackwood to the crease. So the engine room of the Jamaica Scorpions currently at the crease. If they're able to remove one of these guys, they're telling themselves, yeah, they could be in with a shout in terms of having to chase what might be a very little score here in their second innings.
Yeah, Barbados will want to restrict Jamaica as much as possible because 62 runs, not a big lead, but an important one. Here's Forde to continue. He's got to get that length right. Matthew Forde, the last over he bowled. The final delivery was short and punched away square in the offside. And he starts with a delivery too short. It's a good bowling pitch. Still a tinge of green on the pitch as well. And as flat note, it's hard, but there's bounce. As we saw yesterday when Mindy bowled. And the man who's batting now, Blackwood, picked up 2 very important wickets, but I thought he was very good. And I continue to say underrated. But of course, he's now maybe the November of his career. But I really thought that he bowled very well yesterday. But he's got a job to do with the bat today.
That is an absolute peach of a delivery from Matthew Forde. It removes Jermaine Blackwood. And he is off to the races.
Well, Joel, I talked about length, and that's the perfect length. The ball before to Campbell was short. There we go. Fantastic delivery. And that will make a fantastic view on primetime sports tonight, and that's a big snapper to catch. We know the importance, the value of someone like Blackwood. First ball gone, and as you said, tremendous celebration in the Barbados camp. They picked up 2 vital wickets, and this now puts the Jamaicans under tremendous pressure here. It's been a good start. Captain Brathwaite had the option of starting with his most experienced bowler in Roach, but he's gone with the young buck, and he has responded to the challenge admirably. It's a tremendous start for the Barbados team here, led by that man on your picture, Matthew Forde, brilliant.
Javelle Glenn is the new batter for Jamaica Scorpions. He got himself a start in the first innings. That's done and dusted. And he's now in the fire, facing up to Matthew Forde.
Now that's the perfect length. Bringing the batsman onto the front foot. Had to hurry that front foot shot. He must be on cloud 9. I mean, to get rid of Blackwood first ball. Sun is out in all of his brilliance. And Barbados looking to make further inroads here. Glenn pretty keen to come on the front foot. The Scorpions must be very careful here because they could be in a lot of trouble by lunch. They'll want, in my view, to give Barbados, if possible, anything over 180. But at the moment, that looks like a big challenge for them. Now that's perfect bowling, right in the block hole. Forde, when he picked up 5 wickets against the Ghana Harpy Eagles, bowled very well. In fact, I thought in the first innings he was good and enjoying the conditions and the pitch that has got a bit in it for the bowlers.
Back-to-back successful overs for the Pride, 33 for 3.
So the Barbados camp, that's what Drakes and company, will be quite happy with what has gone on this morning. Now, John Campbell, the captain of the Scorpions, finds his country in trouble, and the leader must respond to this.
His response is to help it down to that fine leg position. The shot that he played in the first innings, it was effective for him then.
Interesting shot, a bit of a paddle really. Not often that you see that. Simmons grabbing his opportunity to play for the Barbados team. Suppose if McAllister, the big fast bowler, if he was fit, I imagine that he would have played. But he's really bowled well. I mean, that kind of length just outside the off stump has presented a problem for the Jamaica batsman. And the Scorpions are still in deficit by 28, so that's 62 is of great importance.
Yeah, any lead on this surface would have been crucial, and that's why I think back to some of the drop chances and missed opportunities from the Scorpions yesterday and what they could have meant for the position that they could have been here on day 3.
You're right, even towards the end when Shem Holder, who made an important 25, was dropped by the keeper, it actually carried the lead over 50, and eventually Barbados able to get a precious lead of 62.
Hit firmly by Glenn. Just wonder what type of innings will Glenn attempt to construct today. A very positive player, and we saw that in the first innings. Took the attack, especially to the Barbados Pride spinners, but a similar scenario, but under different circumstances here now in this second innings.
Spot on with that, Joel. So far he's been hemmed in. He's faced 8 balls and has not scored a run. Can this continue?
Well, he's showing signs of that intent of looking to get after the bowling. So I'm not telling myself it will continue for too long. 34 for 3.
Forde to continue around the wicket. He's now got a short extra cover in for Campbell. Before he bowled the first ball, he had a long chat with his captain and will make further adjustments in that the forward square on the boundary will be in position. That's Shem Holder. Got away with a rather loose one there. Good work by Richards then at that short point area. So that consistent line and length is of great importance. He now decides he's going to try to angle the ball across the left-hander.
Well, depending on that length, I'm thinking that man who's gone even further backward at point could come into play for a chance. Campbell enjoys any width on offer. He's going to throw his hands at it. And occasionally it is sometimes uppish as well.
Just getting back to Blackwood's wicket is so vital. I mean, I've seen Blackwood at Kensington Oval frustrate the Barbados team, and to have gotten him first ball is a major achievement. Interesting that as Forde was about to deliver, the umpire just started to swing his hands around, and that affected Forde. Umpire Crawford from Guyana.
A bit of a shadow shot in the end from Campbell, naturally knowing that on line alone he's able to leave a few more of those deliveries. Well in control of that one, Campbell. Naturally, in looking at the field, a man back at deep square leg, a man on that fine leg boundary as well. Just that level of maturity needing to kick in. Tell him to get on top of that one, because that's a shot that he also likes to play quite eerily as well, Campbell.
Yeah, and it was set up really because the ball before was full and wide, and then Forde banged the ball in, but good control, good use of the wrist, keeping the ball down. Now Glenn has faced 9 balls, hasn't scored as yet. And these batsmen nowadays can be very impatient.
Another good over from Forde comes to an end, 35 for 3.
So the Barbados Pride would want to win this game. Of course, the Scorpions as well, having lost to the Harpy Eagles in the first match.
Intent being shown by the captain. It should trickle into the boundary rope just about now.
Yeah, the length not good at all there. Doesn't have the pace really to worry Campbell. So it was a gift. Just talking about RP Eagles, no play yesterday, playing against the CCC. The Leewards would have gone into this round. Lovely shot down to that backward square area. And that's a much better delivery, just on top of that off stump. The Leewards, before the start of this round, on 45.4 points. The Harpy Eagles, but a very good victory against the CCC, because at one stage in the match they were struggling, but the captain came to the rescue. They've got 45.2. Trinidad and Tobago Lots of runs scored by Jason Mohammed, 44.4.
It goes uppish. Collects more runs for it. This time, the bat of Glenn. And that gets him off the mark.
Yeah, too short, no pace, and that was put away. Well, Captain Brathwaite has responded. He's not going to put the backward square in.
This time, it sails all over the ropes. Glenn is prepared to take on every short delivery this morning.
Yeah, got a lot of bat into that. That's gone all the way. Now, how will Simmons respond to this? I think he was trying to york him there, but the line was outside the leg stump. Just to continue, well, the Scorpions on 29.4 points before the start of this round. Barbados, 29 points to Barbados. CCC 7.2, Windward's 5.6, and the Academy 4. So this is an important game to try to get up the table for both sides here. Now that's a good bouncer. Again, emphasizing that this pitch has got some bunks, 50 for 3. Barbados dugout. Quite happy with what has happened so far this morning. Here's Forde.
Well, the tactics appeared to be short. Holder with a bit of a misfeel, allowing him to get back for 2.
Just think that they need to be smart about it, though. Set the batsman up. It's been telegraphed really now. Pitch it up. Make the batsman think. When are you going to bowl that short ball? The last over, the last 3 from Simmons were all short. Campbell's wicket is so important here. He will want to steady the rocking ship. So they just trail by 10 now. This session is going to be of great importance, for sure. In the first innings, Campbell was strangled down the leg side with one that bounced, and he got the glove well taken by the keeper. Roach was the bowler.
up for length going across him. Quite interesting to see. And Campbell is batting some distance out of his crease, which naturally forces Forde to draw his length back slightly.
Interesting, in the last 3 deliveries, attacking Campbell just about the leg stump. Of course, there's an option to angle the ball across the left-hander with 3 slips and a short point in play.
Well, that's the middle of the bat, and that's going to find the boundary as well. Javelle Glenn is beginning to motor along. 57 for 3.
Yeah, 2 full and driven through extra cover. There's a short extra cover, but once he's found the gap between that backward point and short extra cover, always 4. It was a gift, really, and accepted. So after a very slow start, in fact, didn't score from his first 9 deliveries. He's been able to hit a couple of boundaries. Because the plan changed as well, Barbados decided to attack him with short deliveries.
The man at deep backward square leg, just a couple paces off the boundary, and quite interesting that in mentioning him, he just signaled for a helmet, so you just wonder if somebody's going to go under the bat very soon. Or maybe thinking of spin coming from some end at some stage soon as well.
Well, Brathwaite has the option of going to Roach to replace Forde, or he can go with his champion left-arm spinner Warrican. Interested in the last or so overs. Not only the short ball being used, but now there is an attack on the leg stump to the 2 Jamaican left-handers.
Pulling on length and a bottom edge means the end of the captain, John Campbell. That is a big scalp to get.
Yeah, nothing shot really. Looking to swing a ball from outside the off stump, through square leg, bottom edge, and a good catch taken by Boucher. And he was happy to have been able to pouch that. And you talk about it, very big wicket to get for the pride of Barbados, the captain. And again, that short ball being used. Not the best delivery by any stretch of the imagination, but he was trying to tug it to the leg side and play it across it, got the bottom edge. Now the Jamaicans are on all kinds of contortions here. And Barbados with 3 wickets already. Just over half an hour's play. And the Scorpions are still in deficit. It is true it's just 3. So they'll be hoping that the middle and low order can rally the troops. Brad Barnes comes to the crease. He bowled well. Got 6 wickets. But I was speaking to the coach last night at the reception held by the Barbados Cricket Association, former leg spinner Robert Haynes, and he was saying that Barnes can bat and bat pretty well. Well, Jamaica will need him to do that because the side is in crisis.
You just get the feeling that that delivery didn't get up as much as Campbell thought it might have. Pulling more so on length than line, because previously the balls were angled towards that middle and leg stump. He was able to help it down towards the leg side. But Barnes batting now. Tails up and pressure on. Barbados pride in hunt of what would be a victory here in round number 3. On the back of a victory versus the West Indies Academy.
Yeah, you're right about that delivery to Campbell. It kept low. In fact, it died on its way to the keeper. He took it down by his boot laces. There are 4 slips in place here. This has been a very impressive spell from Ramon Simmons. Good to see him get among the wickets, and I really hope that this young man can get it right, get fit. He's lost some pace, but he's certainly doing a bit with the ball, because as I said when I first saw him 2-3 years ago, I thought by now that he would have been in the West Indies team. He's bowled well and has certainly made his teammates happy. There he goes, down at that backward square area. Ramon Simmons, well done to you. Now Forde to continue. I rather suspect that he's continuing only because the wicket of Campbell was had. Just got the feeling that the captain wanted to make the change. Might have gone with Roach or even the left arm spin. You said the helmet was called for, but that happens sometimes. It's almost like in football, you're about to make a substitution and a goal is scored. What is also of importance to Joel, look at the field in the offside. That short extra cover, that short cover, because in the last over he drove a ball, albeit on the ground, and that was pitched up. So looking to get their man, maybe caught short in the offside. Forde round the wicket. to Glenn.
And even that one died as well. You look at a situation like this, you're under the pump. And naturally, you might tell yourself, occupation, decrease, weather the storm, but I actually think that Javelle Glenn could be the perfect man for this situation. And it's if he bats as he is accustomed batting. Because in my mind, this is a situation that you almost have to hit yourself out of. Because survival isn't going to be it here on day 3 with the way the ball is just behaving slightly on the surface. And it might sound like madness to some, but at the end of the day, runs have to be put on the board for Barbados to have a chance at batting again.
Well, Joel, the over comes to an end, 59 for 4. But I agree with you. And when you look back at the Barbados innings, look what Boucher did. Boucher came to the crease when Barbados were in big trouble, and he batted with enterprise. So the forward short leg, the silly point, certainly moved. And as a result, because of his positive batting, the Jamaicans were then under pressure. So I certainly agree with that.
Just a polite inquiry there. But even Barnes looking to show some intent. And on the back of that, it means that somebody like an Odean Smith also could be a very important character.
Mm-hmm. And Royale as well, yeah. In fact, those batsmen in the first innings were able to carry Jamaica from 138 for 7 to the eventual 231.
Yeah, I'm thinking and telling myself that. Get back to it after this. If Jamaica by some, I don't want to say stretch of the imagination because you don't have to stretch it too far, it's possible, but can get themselves to a lead of 160, get themselves to a lead of 170. On this surface, the way that it's behaving, you pick up a couple wickets and then all of a sudden, you're going to have a Barbados Pride camp that is scampering. And it could make for a very interesting contest, but it's to get yourself there.
Good tight over. What impressed me in this over from Forde was that the length was good. 60 for the loss of 4.
And also time for the first water break of the day. Well, this is the West Indies Championship, round number 3, and still more action to come in it. But if you're thinking about the highest level, well, the West Indies men and West Indies women have a jam-packed schedule for 2025. The men, well, they'll be touring UK and Ireland in May and June. Then a home series, Australia, they come to the Caribbean in June and July, catch those games in Barbados, Grenada, Jamaica and St. Kitts and Nevis. And then Pakistan also travel to the Caribbean as well, and that's in July and August of this year. The women, well, they kick off things in April with that Cricket World Cup qualifier. Then in May and June, they head across to England. And then South Africa's women, they come to the Caribbean in June. And then the Cricket World Cup in September and October, and that's in India. So a lot of cricket action happening for the West Indies men and women this year.
So Simmons to continue after the break.
Oh, the helmet will come into play now. So just look at getting this feel right for the right-handed Barnes. Simmons will operate over the wicket. We're thinking the helmet will be with someone under the bat. The helmet is for Richards. What is a very short gully position.
It's not often that you see someone at gully with a helmet on. Interesting.
Quite a few right-handers struggled when facing Simmons from this end, just on that angle going across. And feeling for balls outside of the off stump is going to need to be quite tight, Brad Barnes. If not going at it hard, has to keep those hands close to the body.
Good to see Brathwaite in the conventional mid-off position. That ball was struck firmly. The modern day captains tend to have the mid-off wide.
Worked away, and that will bring about the lead for Jamaica. They've raised the deficit and now lead by 3 runs. Just see a slight pump of the fist there from Barnes after that one. Just worked away from that hip rib type area. But that's box number 1 ticked for the Scorpions. Getting past that trail score. And now it's time to go about putting runs on the board for Barbados Pride to chase in their second innings. Driven nicely, but a good left hand from the captain, Craig Brathwaite, just keeps it to 1. End of that Simmons over, 66 for 4. Work to be done by Roach at mid-on. They get themselves 2. You didn't see it just now on camera, with each run off the bat of Barnes, he just pumps the fist a little bit. Maybe he's fired up for the job at hand today. Maybe he recognizes the responsibility that now falls on his shoulders, on the back of his most experienced batters being back in the pavilion.
Forde has gone short with the first 2 deliveries and presented no challenges to the batsman. I think they've advised to pitch it up, bring them on the front foot, as was the case in the last over. I'm sure the Jamaicans wouldn't mind the length presented by Forde.
Yeah, certainly sliding down the leg side, coming around the wicket. Matthew Forde. No leading by 7 runs to Scorpions. Naturally would have hoped that it could have just been for the 1 wicket down that they started this morning's session with. It just adds a bit more drama to the contest now. You almost enjoy when the characters that you expected to perform didn't perform. I know you have to look for new names to perform. The very Javelle Glenn, I think, to an innings where Jamaica Scorpions were under pressure in last season's Super 50, getting back into the side and getting himself 100 against what you might consider to be the odds at that stage. He's presented now with another challenge back into the first class setup. Can this be another day when he comes good for his side? Moving to over the wicket now before getting that ball to angle across Glenn. But from a very neutral perspective as well, just because of the interactions I've been able to have with Javelle Glenn over the years. I remember he too was one that jumped onto the scene in 2017 during that CPL. And he had relative success and then found himself away from the cricket scene for some time and having to work hard to get back into the franchise. And just seeing him here, you almost feel good for the young man. 23 bowled, 69 for 4.
So the first change of the morning, Shem Holder, the off spinner, comes into the attack.
So a different proposition to contend with now for the Scorpions. The off spin of Shem Holder picked up a couple wickets in that first innings. Now looking for more here, looking to break a partnership that's beginning to build for the Scorpions. Brad Barnes will remember the success that he got in the first innings from that Malcolm Marshall end, picking up 6 wickets. Two is the call. Glenn decides against it. Some good work being done out on that deep mid-wicket boundary in the first innings. Again, really attempted to go over the top very often versus the spinners, and because of that, long on, long off, deep mid-wicket in play. In fact, lost his wicket to Shem Holder in that first innings, looking to be aggressive as well. The ball that was tossed up outside the off stump, took the outside edge, brought about his dismissal. Just one in the over, 70 for 4.
Some of the Barbados contingent looking pretty happy in the Garfield Silvers Pavilion. The predicted change. Matthew Forde gets the rest to be replaced by the very experienced Roach.
Turning to their most experienced bowler to break this partnership. Barbados pride. They'd be happy if they could maybe pick up 1 or 2 more in this morning session. On the flip side, the Scorpions will be hoping that they can not only advance to score, but limit the damage done in terms of wickets. Two balls from Roach so far, and both respected by Barnes.
And both pitched up on that middle stump. Jamar Eiffel on the field. Kevin Wickham, wonder if he's okay. So the veteran, the mentor, the exemplar, has started well. Length, good, very good indeed.
Thickage outside edge brings about a rotation in strike. Roach will opt. It appears to go around the wicket to the left-hander, Javelle Glenn. Has found relative success around the wicket to left-handers Roach. A firm push down the ground. A little more bottom hand coming into that one. Gets him two. And the end of that first Roach over of the morning. 71 for 4. Good early call from Barnes, mid-off, relatively deep because of how hard both batters are going at the ball.
Lucky to have gotten away with that. All that wanted was a bit of bat, but there was none. It was outside the leg stump.
Yeah, so the question is Holder just looking to turn that one into the leg side. Again, maybe turning that bat face a little too early.
So Brathwaite has got the wide long on, but he's also got a short mid on as well. Trying to cut that single out, keeping pressure on the batsman.
Able this time to get it between bowler and that short mid on fielder. 2 runs in the over, 75 for 4. Good awareness by the batters. Good cricket, yes, from Craig Brathwaite, and forcing Glenn to get back into the crease, but good thinking, a rotation of strike. Left-hander gets off of strike. No, Roach now has to make an adjustment. It's just these small things that allow the score to take over, these small things that can work in your favor as a batting side. Roach now at the square leg to drop back to the boundary. Possibly might be getting a bit fuller and a bit straighter, or might opt for that shorter delivery. Roach. There it is, fuller and straighter is what he was opting for. Both batters have clearly opted to be a little more circumspect. To Roach, not necessarily chancing in in comparison to how they attempted to take on one or two of the other bowlers this morning. Just coming off the hip on that occasion, leg byes, the signal now to close out 27. It's 78 for 4. Could have been trouble. A bit of a start and stop with Captain Craig Brathwaite losing his footing and unable to pick up that one cleanly. On occasion, just attempting to overhit that ball, Javelle Glenn. And I think maybe that's what Barnes is coming down to, just have a little conversation with him, settle again. So a string of dot balls from Holder. You just wonder now what's going through the mind of Glenn. We've seen one or two batters give it away after something similar.
I just think that Barbados have just missed the plot a bit. I would have started, of course, on my silly point and forward short leg. Batsmen just don't like to have men wrong them, and I just think that that should have happened. Now, you see there, they get the run. Good running, good aggressive running. But I would start with my silly point, my forward short leg, and exert pressure. That was a good single taken by Glenn. The over comes to an end, 79 for 4.
What I really love about that single, we begin to compare how other batters have opted to handle similar situations in terms of just a bit of pressure building up from that. Bowlers just being able to string together some deliveries and put together some dot balls, and we've seen one or two batters. If I think, let's go to the first innings with Zachary McCaskey. Similar situation, facing a couple dot balls after runs were flowing nicely. And then 2 shots within the same over. Beautifully played back down the ground by Glenn. Able to get 2 because of it. They're just going back to that situation and using Zachary McCaskey as the kind of example. Was put down in the over, faced a couple more dot balls, and then just had what was, I guess we called it an absolute swipe at one. Ball sailed into the air. Glenn, another batter who enjoys going after the ball, bogged down for a couple dot deliveries, but recognizing a bit of space in the field and just using the face of the bat. And opting, instead of going for power, just finding that one signal that still relieves the pressure. And because of that, he's still at the crease. If I think maybe to the match versus the West Indies Academy, Zishan Mataro was another batter who caused the field to spread because he was going after the ball and getting a couple boundaries. It was versus Warrican. They spread the field and gaps were presented. Couldn't find the boundaries anymore. A couple dot balls, opted to chip and use his feet to try to clear the boundaries again instead of using the space that was created in the field. So a couple batters are struggling when it comes to being unable to find that boundary. And fun enough, if we think across our cricket, we've seen many examples of that as well. When batters can't find those boundaries, when dot balls begin to string along, there's chance their hand and end up back in the pavilion. So I think just being able to find that single Javelle Glenn, it really tells me just a little bit more about him as a batter, and the fact that he's just not this big hitter, but he can also think the cricket as well. What's also been good about Glenn this morning is how he's left those deliveries outside of that off stump. He's picked his lengths relatively well so far for the morning, Glenn. Over pitched, he's thrown his hands at it, slightly back of a length, trusting the bounce to the surface, and allowing that ball to pass by outside the off stump. Granted, we haven't seen too many balls keep low outside that left-hander's off stump, so still being able to trust the pitch there. And then solidly behind it. The end of that Roach over, 81 for 4.
Jamaican camp happier now. I mean, overall they're in trouble, but these two have tried so hard. Glenn on 24 and Barnes on 12.
Not able to stop that one cleanly. Spectator, they're chiming, saying time for a wicket. There's been some time since this pair have been at the crease in Barnes and Glenn. And slowly begin to steady things for the Scorpions. Obviously still some distance away from anything that might be remotely considered to be comfortable for them. But a good job being done thus far. Can they continue it towards that lunch interval? Was that the moment? Was that an outside edge? Reactions maybe tell you that. The end of that Shem holder over. It's 83 for 4. Thickish inside edge from Glenn. Means you're able to get 2. A valiant effort being done by Richards at mid-wicket, but couldn't stop it with that dive. Never so often, this pair just coming down and having a quick conversation.
Roach in his 4th over for the morning.
Even though a bit of a partnership is building, even though they're looking for that wicket, Barbados Pride can still afford to be patient, given that this lead really isn't much for the Scorpions as yet. Lovely from Glenn. This time he's able to find the gap and find the boundary.
Yeah, full toss, put away, wide of mid off, hit with lots of power as well. This has been a good knock by both Barnes and Glenn. Still a lot to do. They found the ball eventually. Shem Holder with it. But it was full and hit it pretty hard. Big man.
Just trying to overhit it on this occasion. Evidenced by how much the bottom hand came into that one. Just rehearsing maybe how things should have gone on that occasion, Glenn. Fortunate for him though, and the Scorpions, he's still out there in the middle. And that's the place that runs can be scored. A leg by to finish over number 31. It's 91 for 4.
They get a single. And again, I just think that it sounds like a stuck record, but I just feel that you need to put pressure on the batsman with that silly point and forward short leg. There's been a great deal of success with it. And I'm a bit surprised, actually, that Barbados have not been more tacking with that fielder onto the bat, on the offside. See that? You see, with a silly point in, sometimes you begin to wonder, am I going to be in trouble here? It can get into your head. You saw late yesterday, Mackenzie go back, went back to one that was outside the off stump and survived a very confident appeal for a catch at the wicket. Because the silly point was in, he instinctively went on the back foot, and it happens quite a bit.
Flirting with danger there, Glenn, especially given the flatter nature of that one.
Last wicket fell at 59, so decent partnership between these two.
Lovely from Glenn. This time he's able to get all of the bat onto that one. Transferred the weight nicely. An execution, A+.
Yeah, too short. And hammered away through cover for 4.
Yeah, slight difference between that one and the one that he missed. Had a lot of width on the one, and he was able to make connection towards that boundary. The one that he missed, he was almost trying to create room, trying to force it, Glenn. The end of that over, it's 97 for 4. And it's also time for the second water break or drinks break of the morning.
So, as expected, Roach bowling his 4 overs in the trot to be replaced by Jamal Warrican. Partnership of 38 for wicket number 5. Just about 40 minutes away from the break. Warrican to continue to Glenn. That was a good old cow swipe. What was that all about? Having done so very well. What a swipe at that. And what a way to welcome Hendy Wallace. You never played those shots, Hendy, did you?
Good morning to you, Andrew. Good morning to our viewers. The odd time. You were drawn into indiscretions.
Indiscretion, yeah. Yeah, this is a period now for Glenn, having done some good work, not to kick the bucket down. Now, Warrican decides to push the mid-off to long off. So he'll be tempting Glenn. Last wicket fell at 59. The lead is 35. So effectively Jamaica 35 for 4. And I think we'll want to bat right through and possibly all day. Is it that Glenn has decided, look, I'm going to try to take work on here. They've been positive. We saw that when Boucher batted yesterday after Barbados. For 51 for 4.
Well, you just feel, Andrew, that they have to put back to ball as well. It's not all about survival. And I think, you know, they cleared the deficit. They've got to get runs on the board as well. Captain Brathwaite being very precise and meticulous in the field placing. And Barnes just making sure to get fully forward, as far forward as possible, and getting that bat in front of the pad. So that presents a slightly different challenge for Warrican, because he wants to get it on a good enough length where the ball is going to bounce and hit up in the splice of the bat. Just there.
Yeah. You know, as the over comes to an end, I like my silly point in forward shot. And I think Barbados, when Holder came into the attack, missed a trick. Silly point, forward short leg. And look what has happened since Warrican has come in. That last ball, because it wasn't quite to the pitch, it came from the outside edge, but the fielder was right under the bat and the offside. But this is going to be an important 35 minutes before the break, because if Jamaica can see these through to the break, Barnes and Glenn, now maybe another 20 runs or so, then that would be a lot better. But overall, they're still very much in trouble. Here's Holder to continue to Barnes. Make that Glenn. I'll tell you this, Glenn has batted well. Batted very well indeed. Powerful man. That's gone through cover. That's a lovely shot. That's going to go for 4. Banged away through the offside, through cover.
And just a fraction short. Look at how Glenn just moved towards the leg side, just to maybe give himself a little bit more room to access that offside play. And he was able to hit that gap between the short extra cover, who's really there for the uppish drive, and the fielder who was at cover, but it was so well struck. The fielder at cover had no chance of moving around to his left. That's good batting. Good batting. The short leg has come over to City Point, and there was Glenn just maneuvering that ball, getting well forward and accessing the leg side. So they're sort of playing with the field now, the Jamaican Scorpions.
Yeah, that's because that Brathwaite doesn't want to use both. You know, use both. I mean, here he was able to just work the ball away into the onside. Might have had a different thinking had there been the forward short leg. I mean, the lead is just, 41, but, you know, these two have really done okay so far. Could have been 94 for 7. Just build that pressure, you know. That went through the arm. So the Scorpions continue to fight in the sunshine of the region's Mecca. 102 for 4.
It's the all spin attack for Barbados. Javelle Glenn on strike to Jamel Warrican. Very well bowled indeed by Warrican. Just deceiving him in the slight. And it just seems a little bit slower than normal Warrican, and that is presenting a little bit of a test for Glenn. He likes to go after the bowling. And Andrew, I always felt that Glenn and Campbell were key for the Scorpions in erasing the deficit and then setting some sort of score. Campbell went early today, so Glenn now has that responsibility.
Yeah, he's a lot slower, and he said it in an interview coming out of Pakistan, giving the ball a lot more air. But of course, for the neutral, you want to see a fight. You want to see the game going into the last day and Barbados battling to win, the Jamaicans battling to win as well. That's very well played. Good use to the feet. Not often that you see the modern day West Indian batsmen use the feet. But a good stop from the bowler as well.
It's a good contest between bat and ball. Scorpions 104 for 4.
And that good work from Glenn. 6th away now from his half turn. She's gotten good support from Barnes and frustrating the Barbados team. It was 59 for 4 at one stage. And this is a bit of a concession now because Craig Brathwaite, the uncomplicated off spinner, comes into the attack now. I suppose you can say he's Barbados' 3rd spinner.
Well, not so long ago, he wrapped up the innings.
He did.
Getting the last 2 wickets in the first innings. It's probably on a little bit sooner than most of us would have anticipated. No issue there with the speed or flight. Brathwaite just there tempting Glenn. Let's see if he'll restrain himself. That one was very close to the off stump. Glenn just making a bit of room for himself. The oohs and ahs. And this time keeping it all along the ground.
Just get the feeling that Barbados are hoping to get a wicket here with Craig Brathwaite in operation. And this is where Jamaica will feel that the pressure's off, but then you can be lured into discretion. He's been given. Craig Brathwaite can do no wrong. The leader gets the wicket, and a good wicket as well. Umpire Duguid said yes.
The man with the golden arm, Craig Brathwaite. Slow looping delivery. And there was Barnes drawn into playing a sweep shot. The main consideration here for umpire Duguid, with the bowler, right arm bowler bowling around the wicket, was whether that delivery was going to pitch on. And if it did, was it going to go on? Is it going to straighten to hit the stumps, or was it going to go completely across? He ruled it was going to hit the stumps. As we look here, the first thing we have to decide is whether it pitched on. It looked as though it did, and it was just a really touch and go whether it was going to go on. And I think he's probably got that right. It was full enough, and that would have been the other key for the umpire.
Yeah, you're right. I think it pitched on, and that's what happens sometimes. Here we go. Yeah, I think it pitched on.
It definitely pitched on. As I said, the question then for the umpire is whether it would have straightened enough, and because it's such a full-length delivery, he will then assume, he has to assume that that ball will continue on its trajectory, and by the evidence of what we saw just now, I reckon that's a safe decision.
Yeah, I agree with that. Very experienced umpire. Sometimes bowlers go and round the wicket, the off spinner. When you look at that channel, you see it, the ball pitching outside the line of the leg stump. And that's what happens sometimes. You face up to a Roach, the probe of a Warrican, and then someone like a Brathwaite comes in and gets the wicket for you. Now, the new batsman coming to the crease is Beckford, which is a big name in Jamaica. Let's see what Brathwaite will do here. I don't think he's going to have that long off anymore. So the mid-off is in. Mid-on is deepish. Here's Brathwaite, the wicket taker. He's bowling very slow indeed.
Just have a look at Brathwaite's follow through as well. It's quite an interesting one. I think it's more of a concern to the non-striker. Have a look at this.
I know he bowls a medium-pace delivery with a very interesting action. So Brathwaite gets the big snapper. Very, very important wicket of Burns. Jamaica, as we head towards lunch on day 3, 105 for 5. So what will the approach of Glenn be here? He's 45, he's batted well. Just a single. We'll be interested to see what Warrican does here in terms of attack. Sometimes you see Craig Brathwaite very defensive, and sometimes you see him very aggressive, and sometimes you really can't work him out. Now the helmet has been called for, so I imagine that Warrican, with the new batsman in, will want to have men round the bat, more than one for sure. I would think he's going to have the slip, silly point, and forward short leg.
I think that's par for the course. I'm just surprised that it took a while for young McCaskey to have his gear on. When you spoke about Craig Brathwaite being the third spinner, he's actually bowled 2 overs and 5 balls in this game, and he's got 3 wickets.
He has, yeah.
The guys have bowled 30 overs. And
he's also got a
28
6-wicket haul at the highest level. You're right. Teasing the batsman. So now, it's Beckford, little man, the keeper on the side.
And the 2 men close in on either side of the pitch, they will try to anticipate where the ball is likely to go given the setup of the batter. So once that bat lift shortens and he comes forward, they'll be looking to move into the bat.
But he can't get off the mark. Good work by Eiffel to come across to his right. You want to keep Beckford on strike. And there are 2 balls left in the over. Eiffel has been told by Warrican to go to the left at extra cover.
Always some risk when you look to play that sweep shot. Didn't quite time it, but he actually got close enough to it.
And he gets off the mark. We're quite happy about that. Beckford. $107 for 5. And no doubt Craig Brathwaite will continue.
The third spinner.
Third spinner. So it's been a very good morning for the Barbados team. 26 for 1 at the start, losing wickets consistently. And with a mountain to climb now, Jamaica.
Well, he's getting a little bit of turn here as Brathwaite. So that would be some form of encouragement for him. Certainly would keep the first slip interested.
Bowls a lot for his club Wanderers. In fact, they're the defending champions, having won the title last year. We get a run. Pushed in the up towards that mid-off air, a bit deepish. Sometimes it can be a little critical, but a little tighter there. They've just kept him batting.
Not surprisingly, the short leg has disappeared for Glenn.
And long off and long on. Mid-wicket on the boundary as well.
And another interesting position, it looks like he's going to have a straight mid-on, which is almost directly behind Brathwaite. So you see that field there just nearest to us in the screen. He's just in that straight mid-on position, very straight.
Yep. Lovely flowing drive for a single. Yeah, but he faced up to Roach. He actually played straight, and although there was the mid-off slightly wideish, he was able to find the gap between mid-off on one occasion and then mid-on. So I'm not surprised that he's elected to go with that straight mid-on. What I'm surprised about is that there's no one wrong the bat for Beckford. He's now come to the crease. He's now decided to push the mid-on back.
I suspect that's to offer the single to Beckford to try and maybe force the ball to get him on strike for Warrican.
Okay, that's logical. Of course, they say logic is the science of reasoning. Now the over is completed by the third spinner in the Barbados side. The Scorpions, 109 for 5.
Lengthy discussion there between Warrican and the captain, Craig Brathwaite. So the captain clearly not allowing things to meander along. There seems to be some real purpose and strategy in just about everything that he does. Glenn on strike to Warrican.
Interesting offside field. There's a long off, extra cover, plenty of real estate between slip and cover. Now Glenn may be playing for his lunch now.
Well, we did see on a couple of occasions where Glenn sort of gave himself a bit of room outside leg stump to try and access the offside. Maybe Warrican is extending that invitation to him.
Yeah. He's really batted well. He's just 3 runs away from the half century. The lead is now 47. Yeah, thrown up invitingly. That's the quicker one. He's been giving the ball a lot of air. That was a Wrong Darmish. But Glenn played it well. It's been a good knock by Glenn. Warrican running back to his mark, wants to get back at Glenn. It's a very tight over, comes to an end. 109 for 5.
So it seems as though Brathwaite reckons that his job is done to break that partnership, that worrisome and frustrating partnership for the Barbados Pride. And I thought for a moment he was going to bring Shem Holder back into the attack, but maybe his teammates say, Cap, you're doing a good job with the flattering figures of 2 overs, 1 for 3.
In fact, Shem Holder came in, had the ball, was about to bowl, and then Brathwaite said, no, I'll continue. He's the captain.
Good stop there by Forde. Just teasing Beckford. Edge found, but not carrying the slip. At that pace, he probably won't make it to slip. No surprise to see that McCaskey now is making,
Yeah.
He came 2 steps forward.
No, I think 3.
Glenn just 1 hit away from a well-deserved half century. Finding the fielder on that occasion.
Yeah, Forde has been very good up at that short extra cover area. Good cricketer. Now that was a little flatter. Brought the batsman on the front foot. Just 10 minutes away from the break. What's going through Glenn's mind here? Well, Brathwaite is looking to get into his head because he's now moved the short extra cover to that forward short leg, but there's still a look at this outside the off stump and hit it up towards cover. Just making the point that the fielder Richards had moved from that extra cover area to forward short leg to end the over. Very slow indeed is Brathwaite. Bowling the way he bats. 110 for 5.
Beckford to continue his battle with Warrican. Real turn there for Warrican, taking the inner portion of the bat. And that certainly had the forward short leg interested. Luckily for Beckford, it went down to ground very quickly. It's well bowled again, so problems here for Beckford. And normally the sweep shot will come out as a release shot. What Brathwaite has done, and Warrican, they've got the man at just backward square, saving the single. So even with the sweep shot, it has to go either side of that man to get him off strike. He's close enough that he can still save the single.
Well, he decided to use his feet there. I think very worried about the two men round the bat. Warrican has got to get his length right, and it could cause problems with a bit of turn. Looking for the single. Simmons was asleep. They got it. About that mid-off area, it was struck firmly. Might have been surprised as well. I see Warrican is also backing away from that silly point with Glennon. I suppose it's because it is 47. But the thing that he's got to recognize here is that it's pretty close to the break, and he's given an indication, Glenn, that he's playing first. Now the silly point is in. I like that. In the air for a bit, drop it in front of extra cover. So, interesting session is about to come to an end. Just what? 7 minutes away from the break. The Jamaica Scorpions 111 for 5.
And Brathwaite inviting Beckford to play the drive. There's a bit of a gap there between the short extra cover and the short mid-off. But I think even if he hits that gap, there's a man at mid-off to save the single.
He's actually moved Roach to the left, so that gap has now been plugged. There you go. Reaching for that. Very slow outside the off stump.
He doesn't have any pace to work with. And with Brathwaite bowling as slow as he is, so that square cover's come into a short cover.
Interesting tactics by Brathwaite. Change of pace there, but Beckford was equal to the task. Now 1 ball left in the over. Wow. Went for the big drive. Teasing Beckford. And he almost fell into the trap. 111 for 5. Brathwaite. 1 for 4. Look at that economy. Good bowling by Simmons this morning, along with Matthew Forde, who got the big fish, the snapper. Then he got Blackwood bowled first ball.
That's City Point can't get much closer. He's right under the bat.
Oh, he's put it down. He has put it down. Wow.
Glenn just could not resist any longer. And he knows how fortunate he is now. That was a long way in the air for a long, long time. Two fielders were converging. Eventually, it was Drake's catch. He got both hands to it, but he let it get very low and then spilt it.
Yeah. Remember against the Academy, dropped one at mid-off as well. But that's about pressure. I mean, he would be disappointed about that. Not scoring. So many things going through his mind, Glenn. Lunch just around the corner, the silly point, forward short again. That was a cop-out, really. And he should have been punished. But you need luck in cricket.
Let's see how cautious he will be now for this delivery.
Yeah. Bit muddled now, Glenn. Just before the break, he's 48. In the air up towards mid-on. Yeah. A lot of that is about the silly point and forward short, like I'm telling you. I'm telling you. I know I made a bit of a stuck record, but I've been around West Indies cricket for too long. And I know that batsmen do not like to have fielders around the bat. And I just felt early that Barbados missed a trick by not. As we look at this delivery, given some air coming forward, and that was a good one indeed. So here we go. See, there's the batsman coming down the pitch because he wants to get away from that silly point and forward short leg. And the aggression from Barbados very much in evidence here. We should be able to squeeze one more over in. 114 for 5. Could have been worse for Jamaica.
And that's a 50 for Javelle Glenn. He'd be thanking his lucky stars, or whoever's up there, and now acknowledging his teammates. But he knows there was a bit of fortune there, because he could have been back in that pavilion a couple of deliveries ago.
Yep. Wow. Was there some bat under that? Umpire Duguid says no.
Brathwaite is looking here like a real mystery bowler. Or Beckford is batting with a donut. Expansive shots, and he's not making any contact whatsoever.
perhaps batted with a needle or cuckoo stick. Still no one in front of the bat. Then, you know, when I criticize Brathwaite, people get upset with me. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry, really. You have to have men around the bat. I mean, here's a batsman who is, you know, just trying to survive. I mean, it's a basic thing in cricket. Now 2 men around the bat with one to come. There he goes. Looks a different player. And I've been critical of Brathwaite over the years, and people have been upset with me, but I just think that these are things that you simply can't miss as a captain. Well, Beckford survives. It's been a very good morning for the Barbados side. Could have been even better. Glenn has got his 50 with a big slice of luck just before the break when he was put down by Jonathan Drake. So it was a dolly up at mid-wicket. What a session it has been, starting the morning on 26 for 1. The Jamaicans finding themselves in trouble, 115 for 5, with their captain getting to 25. The big snapper falling cheaply, but Glenn has been solid. He's got 50 and got good support from Barnes as well. Good morning for the Barbados side. Jamaica effectively 53 for 5, and they will have to do a lot of batting to really give Barbados trouble. Things started for the Barbados team this morning with some good bowling from Simmons and Forde. Lovely punch away through the offside by the captain. There we go. Edge found, catch taken. Mackenzie, loose shot. Oh, that was a big one. Blackwood gone, first ball. Campbell continued to play shots. Too short, pulled away. Another short ball. And a lovely drive through the offside by Glenn. But then, Campbell, bottom edge, well taken by the keeper. Lovely flowing drive through the offside. Too short. Forced away through the offside by Glenn. Too short again. Through cover, that's gone for 4. Then Brathwaite came in, and look what happened. Gone leg before. Then continued to play very well to get to his 50. A slice of luck just before the break. And he looks to the skies. He knows that he's got a bat, as they say, until the cows come home, to ensure that the Jamaicans get a score that they feel that they could defend. There's a view that maybe if they can get to 160, 170, it could be a ticklish situation for the Barbados team, but they've got to do it first. So Beckford, 32 balls, 5. Glenn, 50 from 90. And the equation is that the Jamaicans lead by 53, 115 for 5. It's been a brilliant morning for the Barbados side. The action continues in 35 minutes. Please join us then.
Zeta James.
Ashmini Manasar.
And we will be playing embarrassing dad jokes.
Each person will fill their mouth with water and the other person tell them the joke and the person with the best wins.
And the winner gets the screaming goat. Why was the cat a horrible boyfriend? He liked to hiss and tell.
Which dog has a dribbling problem? A spit bull? Okay. Where do sheep get their hair cut? At the barbash. No. No way. No way.
That was funny, sorry. Who is a dog's favorite actor? Brad Pitbull. I know you would laugh. Come again. Come again.
You better pull your mouth up too. What did the buffalo say when his son left for college? Bye, son. Just spit it out. What's Forrest Gump's password? 1 Forrest 1.
What is a cat's favorite Mexican dish? Burritos.
You can't be saying it like that.
Gonna try and find a way.
What do you call a chicken at the North Pole? Lost.
Take 2. I get another point. She gets another point. Can we get a referral, please, to the Empire? How is that?
There's an edges there. Yes, there is. That's what she's brought into the team for.
What do you call a bear that has no teeth? A gummy bear. Yes.
Sharon?
Thank you, buddy.
Sharon? After a long day, unfortunately, the winner is Ashmini, and she gets the smiley goat, the loud goat, or the cheese goat, like, Congratulations.
Thank you, goat.
Greatest of all time.
Me.
As we embark on the 2025 edition of the West Indies Championship, I want to extend my best wishes to all the teams, players and support staff as they prepare for what promises to be an exciting and competitive season. This year holds special significance as we celebrate 60 years since the West Indies Championship was first held, then known as the Shell Shield. Over the past 6 decades, the tournament has been the bedrock of cricket development in our region, producing legends who have graced the international stage and inspired countless fans. It continues to serve as a crucial platform in our pathway for the growth of first-class cricketers and for building resilience and refining skills for the international arena. The 2025 championship introduces several innovative elements aimed at enriching the experience for players and fans alike. From the use of Kookaburra balls and the inclusion of pink ball day-night fixtures to the reintroduction of first innings points in drawn matches, we are committed to broadening the challenges faced by our players These measures are designed to simulate the diverse conditions they will encounter on the international stage, building their adaptability and mental toughness, considering the ultimate quest to improve the standard of our Test cricket. The teams will once again battle for the prestigious Head of the Week's trophy with the added incentive of an attractive prize purse of US $250,000 for the champions and US $100,000 for the runners-up. The 2025 West Indies Championship also precedes an 8-team series at home against South Africa and the start of a new World Test Championship cycle with a home series against Australia. We are thrilled about the continued participation of the West Indies Academy and the combined campuses and colleges, which reinforces our commitment to expanding opportunities for the emerging talent and the student athletes respectively. This tournament is a celebration of the passion, talent and legacy of West Indies cricket. As the championship takes place across 7 host countries, I encourage fans to come out and support their teams or tune into the live streaming on the Windies Cricket YouTube channel. Your energy and encouragement means everything to the players and contribute to the vibrant spirit of West Indies cricket. So, may this season be filled with thrilling performances, new milestones, and the discovery of future stars. The West Indies Championship, where legends are made.
When we hear the words Antigua and cricket in the same sentence, we're often thinking about names like Sir Vivian Richards, Andy Roberts, even maybe a Sir Richie Richardson. Maybe one day we could be thinking about Jewel Andrew. Great to have you. Congrats again on all that's happening this year. We are in Antigua, where it's all started for you. Tell me, first of all, how does it feel to be in a West Indies camp?
It feels great, to be honest. You know, playing around the old guys makes me feel even better about myself, and just the support I've been getting so far is something that I want forever.
It's well documented that families played a big part in your journey. If you had to describe the role that they play, how would you put that into words?
If I try, I'll be here a long time. My mom very neat, you know. She's just my backbone, I should say. I mean, she's more confident than me. You know, just seeing her in the stands, you know, gives me that extra push. And you know, she's just joyful and a good person to be around, and someone that you should have in your corner.
Jewel started to play at a young age with big men, so he doesn't play name cricket. You bowl to him, and once you bowl to him in whatever loose ball, he just put it away. So he's fearless. Jewel and I have a connection. We talk about everything, every single thing, and if he knows that I'm here, he's going to do his best to make me happy. What he normally says is that, Mom, I'll give you something to watch, because I watch all of his videos over and over again. Once it's on YouTube, I don't watch anything else. So, you know, that's how it goes with us.
If you had to put into words, who is Jewel Andrew, what would you tell them?
So a confident young man, you know, fearless, as Viv would say, never die sort of guy. So it's just someone I want to be forever.
Let's talk about the Under-19 World Cup, where this unbelievable year began, where you scored the most runs for the West Indies and you were well talked about. Did you feel any pressure now that there are eyes on you and there's a certain expectation tagged with your name?
At that time, I was feeling extra pressured because everyone expects me to, you know, score every game, and that's not realistic, but that's what I try to do. I just try not to think about it as much, because at this level, expectations will be high. So it's just for me to just stick out what I'm doing and just learn as much as I can at this level.
I think a month after that World Cup, you made your first-class debut for Leewards. How have the guys in the Leeward Islands shaped your journey and helped you along this process?
I mean, they pushed me more than I pushed myself, especially fitness tests and those things, you know. Hayden is the one that really pushed me to, you know, do an extra one, even when I'm not feeling it, because it will benefit me in the long run, and it did.
I really, you know, see him as a little brother, and I really try to encourage him in, you know, doing the right things to stay at the highest level. So, you know, the only thing I can do is just give him my knowledge and, you know, encourage him a little harder. He just reminds me of myself when I was a kid, you know, just always laughing. Sometimes you'll see him sleeping on a chair. So, you know, he's just, at the end of the day, he's just a kid, and, you know, I really, you know, love having him around.
And what about Casey?
He's more, you know, my idol off the field, more than on the field, because I like the way he carries himself off the field.
So what about on the field? What's wrong with that?
Nothing is wrong with that, but I just...
You think you could bat better than him?
Yeah.
So much has happened for you in this year. So you get that first-class experience, went to Ireland with the West Indies Academy. Whilst all these things are happening, what is keeping you grounded to remembering sort of where you've come from?
I actually look at old Snapchat videos that my sister sent me when I just started playing. I'm like, look at this to now, you know. It feels like a big achievement, but I just feel it's just the beginning for me.
June 2024, CPL draft is around, and Joel Andrew gets picked. Not only does he get picked, he's going to play for the Antigua Falcons.
Playing for your home is always something you love to do. And I know it's a franchise team, but it feels more like home to me. Receiving, you know, that call was something that I always wanted to just be in a part of the CPL, because, you know, this is the biggest part in sport, so I always wanted to experience it for myself.
After the CPL, West Indies call up. Where were you exactly when you got that call that you were going to be part of the West Indies setup? What was your emotion?
I was actually on my way back home from CPL, and I cried instantly. Because, you know, just receiving that from the coach, that I would be a part of the team, it made me feel good about myself, and it's something I always wanted.
That squad was captained by Shea Hope, who you've always said is your biggest idol. Why Shea Hope?
I mean, he's just cut above the rest in my eyes. Averaging 15 ODIs is never an easy task. So that's something that I want for myself. So if I see it in someone else, you know, I could just always emulate it, try to bring it into my game.
So third ODI comes around, getting your cap from Alzari, who is obviously working his way to be one of the great Antiguan cricketers. What did that moment feel like?
I mean, he's more of a brother to me than a teammate. We go way back in terms of Antigua and club cricket. So receiving my cap from him was a special moment that, you know, I would cherish forever.
If you are to play in Antigua, to hear the rally around the West Indies, to be part of cricket with Antiguans all around you, what would that mean to you?
I mean, every time I hear that anthem, I get emotional, because, you know, that's something that stands out, and it's something that means a lot to everyone in the region. If I get the opportunity, I want to score my first 50 in front of the home crowd. That will make me feel good. And just still learn as much as I can, because I'm still here to learn.
17 years old, we could be hearing Joel Andrew for the next 10 to 15 years. The guy makes me feel old, but brother, I hope you enjoy this. This is an invaluable experience that you will get on this series, and we can't wait to see what the limit will be for you. So all the best.
Thanks.
22-year-old Matthew Forde from right here in Barbados, Spicestown to be exact. Matthew, it's been a crazy journey for you. I remember actually being here a year ago when you made your one international debut against the same England team. That journey, all that's happened to this point, one word to describe it, what would you say?
Amazing.
And he strikes again. Good delivery, good delivery.
Tell me about your debut as well. Think back to your emotion, the feeling you had. Talk us through that day.
I think for me it was hunger and passion on that day. You know, obviously there were 2 matches in Antigua and I didn't play. And coming to Barbados and being able to debut, I mean, it was really a dream come true. And the atmosphere was absolutely electric.
In the air, a second wicket for Matthew Forde. He is loving this beginnings here in international cricket.
So be able to do that in a series decider, and you know, we're back here again for another series decider. So for me, it's just about repeating the basics and doing the good things over and over.
We often see you on the field. What about off the field? What type of person would you say Matthew Forde is?
Quite chill, quite down to earth. A lot of the guys see me as the funny one, so you know, we normally just mingle in the room. You know, this tour has been me, Hetmeyer, Seals, Moti, Shepherd. So you know, like we have a bit of camaraderie going, which is quite good.
How did you find that balance at school, and when did you know sort of that cricket would be something you put all your eggs in that basket?
I think I made the World Cup team at, I was like 17, and it was from then I was like, nah, Mom, I'm sorry, but I want to be a cricketer and I'm giving it my all to be a cricketer. You know, for me, it was always cricket. I've always dreamt about it. I've always aspired to play cricket in the backyard. Miss Susan Bell, as you would know, she's my neighbor, and she was always telling me from young days she knew I was going to be a cricketer because I had the ball string up, and at 12 and 1 o'clock in the night, she can't sleep because I'm just on the ball string. So.
Speaking about, you know, your school days, we kind of played at the same time. I was obviously not as good as Matthew, but I do remember that Jacob Bethel was also playing in and around that same time as well, and you got him out in the first ODI.
Oh dear, this will be soft as. He'll be disappointed with that Jacob Bethel, but more celebration for the men in maroon.
What do you remember about him at school?
Bethel was a menace on the field. I always hated bowling to Bethel. You know, he would be there all day, like without even worrying. So, you know, to get him out in that first game, and for me, like he's evolved into such a great player. You know, kudos to him. I saw him on the beach when we were in Antigua, and I was like, just got in the gym. Yeah, but he looks really good, and his game has improved tremendously. So, and I'm really happy for him.
Talk about your dad, his influence. I know he's always watching, he'll be here for sure. What influence has he had on Matthew Forde, the person and the player?
My dad's very easygoing, complete opposite to me. I always look up to him. He aspires me to do better every day. You know, I call him my hero, and for me, every time I step on the field, you know, I just want to make him proud because I know if he has work that day, you know, he doesn't go to work. He'd be home watching that game, or whether it be if I'm playing in the Caribbean, he'd fly around the Caribbean to watch me play. So, you know, he always allowed me to do what I wanted. Mom wanted me to do school. She wanted me to be a doctor. I'm sorry, Mom, but, you know, my dad, he just allowed me to do, you know, aspire my dreams.
You've played such an important role in that St. Lucia Kings team to the point where you guys have won the tournament this year, and there's a few of you in this West Indies team currently. What was the emotion you felt to lift that trophy?
It was unreal. I remember seeing the score we had to chase 139 and it was like 138, and like my eyes just blurred out because I couldn't believe that we'd done it. So, you know, I know the boys are elated, and you know, we'd love to do it again next year.
Tell me about this pace attack. Alzari, who you've bowled with for a number of years in St. Lucia. Jaden, who you played the U19 World Cup with.
How's that? Yep, got him.
Shamar, who's also under 25 and younger like you guys. It seems like there's a new life in this one international team because of the age of you guys. What can we expect?
Nothing but greatness is all I could say. You know, it's a work in progress. We're not the finished product as yet, but every day, like for instance, we had training today, and before training, we meet as a group, and Alzari is the leader of the group. And he was like, okay, today, whatever we do, when we finish, we're going to finish off with some Yorkers. And you know, everyone's fine with that. Everyone is ready and willing to work. And we accept one another's opinion. That's the most important thing.
Coach Darren Sammy, from when you first came onto the scene in the Caribbean, he was your head coach, and now in the West Indies, he's your head coach. Describe the role he's played in Matthew Forde, the international bowler.
He's a phenomenal guy, and he makes the dressing room so easy. You know, he tells you as it is. He just made things a lot easier, and you know, he would always give you that opportunity. He would always give you that chance. He would let you know what he thinks versus what you think. A lot of the guys trust him, as he's a leader, as we've seen in the future. He's a natural leader.
I've never asked you this, but show us these tattoos and what is the significance of those? Because I've been your friend for a long time, but I never remember seeing these tattoos until recently. So can you tell us about these?
This is a dove, and these are 3 crosses, Father, Son, Holy Spirit. So for me, like, I'm a big guy on prayer as well, and the dove is the messenger. Before we go to every practice and every game, like, we huddle up, I'd say the prayer, you know, and for me, like, I like doing that. I like being the messenger. I like praying for the boys.
Matthew, as a fellow Barbadian, I want to tell you on behalf of the entire island, we are very proud of you. I think you've inspired so many, and you continue to inspire. And it's just a joy to watch you on the field, man. The energy that you bring, the vibe, the presence that you have. I hope you keep it up, and I wish you a long career full of success.
Thank you, Nikhil.
Go well.
Not this trio.
Between the 3 of you, who is the funniest?
Between you and Jaden. Yeah, funny at all.
Yeah. Between Andy and I for sure.
Yeah.
And who take the longest to get ready?
Me.
Always waiting on this man to go for dinner. Always.
Who is most likely to be late?
No one really.
Me.
Important things.
Important things,
nobody late. But like if it's dinner.
Casual, I think me, for sure.
For sure.
Yeah.
Who lifts the most in the gym?
Maybe between Andy and I. Oh no, you look strong too.
Yes, my legs. Where's your squat?
3.
You win.
Yeah, I think it's 3 or
285
or something.
I was 275. Who is the most competitive?
It varies.
It depends on what we're doing.
Yeah.
Table tennis. These two can't beat me, so I just always win. I just always win anyway. If it wasn't cricket, what other sport would you like to play professionally and why?
For me, I'll pick track and field because that is what I used to do before. So for me, if it's professionally, I would always go back to that. It would be easier.
Football.
You're not good at all.
Hey, I used to play football and
it wasn't good.
You mad?
Wait, mean on a game?
Nobody, all them mad.
Yes, fine.
Yeah, I have medals for football.
They give out participation medals too?
No. Squad banger from outside the box.
Right.
Top corner too. You.
I would choose football because I actually played football at a decent level.
Okay.
I played the higher school football level. What do you mean next?
Hey, I have an intercol game, eh?
I've played intercol final and like big sellout stadium. About 5,000 people watching.
Who do we think did the best at school?
Definitely not me. Not me at all.
Why that question?
Jaden.
I don't have a choice. Who is the toughest opponent or player that you have faced in your test career?
Probably say like Josh Hazelwood because of his skill. Yeah, I think he was one of the toughest bowlers I've had to face so far.
Can I say it's just about enjoying the battle this far for me.
Only one man I can call. Drew.
What then duck it?
Nah. He only do it for one game. Drew do it for 6 games, you know. From the Caribbean
to
England. It have to be Drew.
Gives you nightmares?
Nah, he's not giving me nightmares. It's just
He's making you think a little bit.
yeah. He's making it hard work. He's making it hard work. Yeah.
Who is the teacher's pet?
The whole team. All right.
Nobody.
Nah, if we go in batting coach, the teacher's pet for the batting coach is Campbell Hodge.
Oh yeah.
Full stop. Full stop.
Yeah, my
Conversation done. Nobody else. It had nobody else. Conversation done. Campbell Hodge for batting coach. Full stop.
This next one, real interesting. Who is the best dancer?
In the whole team.
Michael Louis.
Yeah, Louis has some moves.
Yeah,
Louis has some moves. Louis has some moves. Shema will say he has some moves too.
I never see it, so you can't say.
Shema will say he has some moves.
I see Louis put it down.
But I see Louis dance.
Yeah.
So Louis. Louis.
Yeah. Who has the best fashion sense?
Sinky.
No. Next. Cut. Nah, you're doing that for spite. You're doing that for spite.
Casey has the best from
Casey fresh when
Casey always fresh, yeah.
Alright, this one I can probably say Sinky. Who is the loudest?
We don't need to answer Sinky.
Nice man, nice man.
Kevin Sinclair. Kevin Sinclair.
Come on, man. I'm gonna tell you out, man.
This is an easy one. Who has the worst taste in music?
Don't say me, eh? If you only say me.
So who are we gonna call again?
I don't know, it's not me.
You are the worst taste. You listen to country music, bro.
What's wrong with country music?
Everything wrong with country music.
I listen to soca, I listen to dancehall, I listen to country, I listen to Afrobeats, reggae, you name it, I listen to everything.
When?
All the time.
Who would you call in an emergency? Anyone out of you two?
Yeah, anybody
Yeah,
there.
anyone out of these two?
Yeah,
Anybody there.
definitely.
Yeah. Anyone. And who deals the best with pressure? I think one name that stands is just Craig.
Craig for sure.
Yeah, Craig does
Yeah.
be real calm. You
No
can
matter
never
the
tell if he's
situation,
taking
yeah.
on anything or not.
Yeah.
Can't tell what he's thinking, he's just...
So yeah, Craig. Easily Craig.
What has been the most memorable moment in your test career so far?
You go first.
I would like to say my test 100, but I think beating Australia in Australia is probably most memorable. As a team, personally, it would obviously be test 100, but I think beating Australia, especially in the Gabba, where it's their fortress.
For me, it had to be my first 5-wicket haul. And not even the 5-wicket haul, it's just the fact that we win the game. And how we win the game was close. That is the most memorable thing for me.
Yeah, I remember watching you jumping.
To become the youngest West Indian fast bowler to get 5 wickets, and he does so.
For me, it's my first test wicket. It came off my second ball of my first over. So that is something I cherish
Yeah.
as well.
And we have a picture with that one.
Yeah.
Hands up.
Who is the most naturally talented cricketer?
In the team, Alec boy.
Yeah.
Alec
Gifted.
just look the part all the time.
Discuss the friendship that we have with each other on and off the field.
Well, I can speak from when I started, because I didn't know any of them personally when I now started. I started playing cricket with Josh at probably 19, 20 years old, and we just created that bond when we played together for Trinidad in the first class setup, and then we all came together with West Indies, and the friendship just grew and grew, and we went on tours together, and every time we had to go for lunch, breakfast or dinner, we moved together, and we sit near each other on the bus as well.
Yeah, I agree.
It was something just natural. It was just natural from the beginning. You know, we fight, how we could say it, we go to war together, so we always just lean on each other when it's that time. But it's something that's come natural.
We know each other, so like on the field, I would know Jaden bowl a bad over or something. I'd try and cheer him up a little bit. I'd know Andy's emotions when it's not going his way. Yeah, it's a nice feeling to have two of your best friends on the team at the same time. So.
Off the field, you can't beat me in FIFA though.
What?
Next question. Next question.
We have to do a video of us playing FIFA and see how much. The other night we played, I scored 20 goals.
I scored 19 with Holland.
Next question.
What is your favorite thing about playing for West Indies?
I get goosebumps, yes. Everything. For me, is everything. The first thing was I wanted to play cricket. I wanted to play for West Indies. And then obviously playing, you get to experience Test cricket. You get to experience singing the national anthem. And doing it home, doing it in the Queen's Park Oval was something big. So I guess singing the national anthem anywhere in the world is a big thing.
I think for me it's about representing the region. Not everybody gets to do it. There's a lot of people who aspire to do it, but not everyone gets to do it. So I think for me is that weight on your shoulders. It's obviously a big weight, but it's something that you cherish forever. And to get that Test cap, nobody could ever take that away from you.
Yeah, it's a great feeling, you know, to represent the region, as just said. And you know how it started for me, it was funny because I had friends who used to play cricket, who I would go down on a weekend and watch play cricket and, you know, get the opportunity when they are short. And you know, those are the ones who actually wanted to play for West Indies at the time, because I used to do track and field. So it's not only for me now, but it's for them as well. So I'm actually living their dream for them as well.
What moment has made you the proudest of each other?
I think we were all there when we beat England, right? Yeah. We were all there when we beat England in Grenada. Jaden and I played, Andy didn't debut as yet, but yeah, I think just all of us being on the team and then being there to do something historic like that was a special moment for sure.
Goes down the ground. He thinks he's got there. He certainly has. What an innings from Josh De Silva. The ecstasy written all over his face, and boy, he's deserved that.
The way we celebrate and enjoy each other's success, that's something I cherish. That's something I definitely enjoy.
For me, when Andy made his debut, I was very happy for him. And then obviously getting the first Test wicket. I know how much that would mean to anybody. So far more getting your first Test wicket on debut in your first over is obviously a big thing. So I was very proud of him in that moment. And for me, with Josh, it's scoring the first Test 100. And not because I was batting, just because he get it. Because he was batting well throughout the series. He had, I think, 150 before that. And he was looking like he could push on at some stage. And he did it in that last game, in the most vital game of the series. And he got to that triple figure mark, and we won the series in the end. So I was very proud of both of them in those different moments. What are we expecting from this Test against Bangladesh?
Win.
I would say definitely a series win. Definitely a series win.
Yeah. Not much, not too complicated, just
to win. Just to win the series.
Yeah, do the basics well and make Craig and coach proud.
Yeah,
that's all.
On your face.
It's time for the second session of the day. Jamaica Scorpions resuming after lunch on 115-5, representing a lead of 53 runs. Before we talk about this post-lunch session though, let's tell you what's happening in 2025 in terms of West Indies men and women. Well, the West Indies men, they head across for a tour of the UK and Ireland. That's in May. Then a big series, Australia, they're coming to the Caribbean in June and July. And then the men wrap up things against Pakistan right here in the Caribbean in July and August. In terms of the women, well, they've got that World Cup qualifier in April. Then in May, they head across to England. South Africa come down in June. And then that big Women's World Cup in India in September and October. So a lot rest on the shoulders of this man on the screen, Javelle Glenn. He's got himself a half century. He's steadied the ship somewhat, but a lot of work still to be done for himself and the Jamaica Scorpions. Jamel Warrican with ball in hand after lunch. Offered a chance just before the stroke of lunch, Javelle Glenn was put down. Deep mid-wicket. He's had some time to go inside and think about it. First runs after lunch. A lovely execution, and that'll be the first boundary after lunch. Looking for runs, Jamaica Scorpions. Gone through the defences, through the front door, and the first wicket after lunch belongs to Jamel Warrican. A disappointed Beckford takes that long walk back to the pavilion. Just giving a bit of flight from Warrican and just leaving a bit of a gap between bat and pan, and that was just enough for that ball to turn in between. Getting that straight in, yes. But just that space between bat and pad allowed that ball to turn and go through. Just what Barbados needed. 120 for 6. Odean Smith is the new batter to the crease. got himself a 50 in the first innings in quick time as well. Maybe be hoping for something similar in this second innings. Can't expect him to go after the bowling at some point, Odean Smith. A dot ball to close a successful over, 120 for 6. Shem Holder picks up things after lunch from that Malcolm Marshall end. As I say good afternoon now to Roland Butcher alongside of me. 121 for 6 now. Roland, projections of maybe today being the last, or do the Scorpions hang in and hang on and fight?
Yeah, Joe, good afternoon to you. And yeah, real problems here for the Jamaica Scorpions at 121 for 6. Really, it doesn't look as if there's anywhere back out of this game now. So much time left in the game. So Barbados will be hoping to wrap this up today and try not to come back tomorrow. Really a lot depends now really on Odean Smith, and Glenn has batted pretty well for his half century. He's at one stage with Barnes, they were holding the innings together, but since then it's fallen apart. The question is whether Odean Smith can curb his natural aggressive instincts to provide a good solid partnership with Glenn.
Well, you talked about curbing the natural instincts, but natural instincts is all that he knows, and that ball has disappeared out of Kensington Oval.
Yes, talk about having a look at it first. Odean Smith don't need any such thing. It's in the slot, and he has obliged. Just lifted Shem Holder clean out of the ground.
Well, this is what he knows, Odean Smith, and if you think about the possibility of another 50 for him, that takes the lead past 100, but not just that, in quick time. You tell yourself he builds a partnership, so Glenn gets maybe 20, 30 while he's motoring along. That's 80 being added to the score. That's 120, 130 lead. Toe end of the bat this time. But that type of innings could be just what the Scorpions need. It's always a case of how long can he keep it going. Because he's going to go after it, but how many times can he find the middle? How many times can he evade the fielders? I guess time will tell as the score ticks over.
Well, he's going to day train, Odean Smith. After those first 2 deliveries.
Toe end of the bat again. If I were the toe end of that bat, I'd be asking why me. That's a bit of an inspection of it.
Well, if he's getting it out to long off the toe end.
I guess it makes a lot of sense where it disappears when it comes off the middle.
When he gets into the middle, you know what's going to happen.
End of 46 overs, 131 for 6. I guess there are 3 types of viewers in a situation like this. Those supporting Barbados Pride were hoping that they could pick up these next 4 wickets quickly, win the game this afternoon, and collect some more points. That's back-to-back wins for them. If you're viewing from a Jamaica Pride, or rather, sorry, Jamaica Scorpions perspective, you're hoping that this pair can pile on runs. You're hoping that they can find themselves into what is a comfortable position at which they can bowl at Barbados and then bowl them out under that score. Gets Jamaica 2 wins in this championship. Wow. Well, that is the delivery from Warrican. The pace of it alone was stellar from him.
Yeah, looking for that ball to actually come into him, and it just went straight on with the arm.
The thing about it is that after seeing one spin in between bat and pad, as a left-handed batter, I don't necessarily, or rather I would not mind being beat outside of the off stump. Like, if I'm the plain side of the line and it clips my off stump, I'm not sure that I will feel hard done on that occasion.
Well, I would sooner it go on and just really miss the off stump for me.
That would certainly be the hope. Catches the cry. And he has not caught it.
Over his head, I think.
That was struck firmly. It would have taken a Herculean effort for Shemelets, his holder, to reel that one in. Just the weight alone of that ball would have taken him over the boundary had he even gotten hands to that properly. Actually burst through the hands, not in a good position at all to take that one. In the end, appeared to be a relatively easy catch for someone at long on to take.
Yeah, he was inside the boundaries, so I think Shem Holder would be disappointed that he didn't grasp that catch, and also Warrican would be not at all happy.
Because of that, his punishment is to get on all fours and search for that ball. So Odean Smith put down on 8. How much more can he make them pay for a mistake like that? Javelle Glenn put down on 48. How much more can he make them pay for a mistake like that? And if you're supporting the Scorpions, that's what you want to happen. A change of fielder now as Shem goes, as you say, into the infield.
Well, if he gets hold of it, basically the ground's not going to be small, it's not going to be big enough.
Thought of maybe getting one and can't.
watchful.
The biggest question is for how long? He's already gotten 6. He's now faced 2 dot deliveries. Rotates the strike. Something that we didn't necessarily expect from Odean Smith. 139 for 6.
Yes, and he'll take strike against Shem Holder. I don't think he's going to be defending too many of Shem. I think with the action of the off spinner, he'll be coming into the hitting arc, so he'll be quite confident that he can clear that boundary again.
Well, versus Shem, he's gotten 1 out of the middle, 2 off the toe. The battle royale continues. Make that 3 off the toe of the bat. This time it is taken. Smith won the battle, but Shem won the war.
Yep. Off the toe end again. Goes straight to mid-wicket, so Shem Holder gets his wicket. Breezy innings by Odean Smith has come to an abrupt end.
Another one off the toe end of the bat. And that bottom hand, because of the power that he's trying to get through that shot, dragging it to Richards at mid-wicket. Celebrations from the captain. That innings of Odean Smith has come to an end. 139 for 7 now, Jamaica Scorpions. I think it all goes, or rather credit should be given to Shem Holder because of the length that he opted to bowl to Odean Smith. That first ball that he got dispatched for 6 was a little too full from him. Since then, he's drawn that length back, forced Odean Smith, who's looking to come forward every time, to reach for all of those deliveries. Getting through the swing a bit too early because of the length of that and because of it dragging it to that deep mid-wicket, or rather that mid-wicket position.
Yeah, he did 2 things really. He slowed it up and then pulled the length back a bit so that Odean Smith can't really get under it. He's reaching ahead of himself to get the shot in, and after 3 false dawns, he finally got one off the inside bottom of the bat and lobbed up to mid-wicket.
Javelle Royal is a new batter. Jamaica Scorpions. He too had a decent time in the first innings.
Yes, he did. He batted well for his 40, got out in a very disappointing fashion when he tried to clear the long on of Craig Brathwaite.
Trying to get that field right. Now bringing 2 men over to that leg side. So captain Craig Brathwaite and a short mid-on. Jamel Warrican drops back to deep mid-wicket. There's a man at short cover as well on the offside. And none of them were needed because Shem did the fielding himself. space in that leg side and maybe can get two. Opt against it. End of the over, 140 for 7.
Yes, and Glenn still at the crease. He's really the one batter that's showing some real resistance to the Barbados Pride attack. We're really sensing that the end is nigh. But while these two at the crease gives the Scorpions just a little chance to prolong this innings. Obviously Glenn is set. We know Royal has ability with the bat.
Gets bat onto that. Should just be one. So we talked about two types of viewers so far. One supporting Pride, one supporting Scorpions. But the third one, no, is just that neutral viewer who is looking for a competitive encounter. And regardless of who wins, they're going to be hoping that Jamaica just don't lay down and be rolled over. You're hoping that they can make something of this game. Whether or not they end up winning or Barbados Pride win. It's a case of wanting to see that fight. And I would say that I'm that neutral viewer. I mean, it would be nice, you know, to head home and throw up the feet. Have a cup of tea.
You're talking about that viewer that has nothing to do.
Maybe I just enjoy talking, Roland, and want to come back here, you know, and on my lovely Saturday, see cricket at Kensington Oval. Who knows?
No, I would listen from a neutral perspective. You know, I always like to see some resistance in any situation. I like to see, okay, a team may be struggling, but you want to see somebody come in and show some real fight and make the opposition lift their game as well.
Yeah, I agreed in terms of just forcing a side to lift their game. 49 overs bowled, 142 for 7. It's when you, I guess, look to factor in West Indies cricket on a whole, and where you want to see certain players go and the levels that you want to see them elevate to. You know, in situations like these are situations you can find yourself in at the highest level. And as such, you want to begin to see the characteristics or certain factors about players that make you say, this is someone who I can see doing this for me a level above this, just because of that inner ability in situations like these to dig deeper and to create something pretty much out of almost nothing.
Yeah, I think what you want to see is you want to see players assess situations better, whether it's a good or bad situation, and then making the right decision or decisions with those situations. You know, really, that's what it's all about, really. It's making right decisions and not making a habit of making bad decisions.
And here's why I have you next to me, Roland, because you just put it so beautifully. You want to see them making better decisions. That's all I needed to say. Thank you very much, Roland. So far, you can look in the middle and see that Javelle Glenn has made a few good decisions with bat in hand.
Yeah, to date, you know, he's done everything that really was required of him. He's assessed the situation. That's how he got out first innings. Seems to have a problem with the wide ball because maybe he nicked one of those to slip in the first innings on the drive. Half chance there, difficult one.
Just because of how hard he goes at that ball, that edge usually does fly in the first innings you mentioned, yeah.
He's also trying to hit it too square as well. His drive is more of a square drive instead of a...
$145 for 7. Yeah, definitely. When you think about the manner in which he bats, he's one of those more bottom hand dominant players.
Yeah, he's played a good innings here. Situation was always difficult when he came to the crease. You know, the deficit wasn't off. He had to really hang in there. He's done just that. Definitely Royal did not make the right decision in the first innings when it was needed. The man of his dismissal would have been certainly a player making the wrong decision because it was set up perfectly for what he did.
The right decision was made on that occasion. Good use of the feet, good connection. The 6 for Glenn.
Yeah, on this occasion he decided to take Warrican on. Probably a little bit surprised, but I think Warrican would have expected him to be dancing down the track. But there again, good decision, good decision making by Glenn because he's now forced to fielding change.
Also brought up the 150 for the Scorpions. Uses the feet again, catches the cry, and it will be taken this time. It is fair to say that Javelle Glenn has given it away. A good knock of 66, but it has come to an end.
Yeah, gift really. Just struck him for 6 and trying to repeat on the offside this time, really, and not the best decision on this occasion. While it was good the one before, this one really, he struck where he can for 6, giving himself a bit of room and just hits it flat and straight to long off. Comfortable catch taken.
They made that switch in fielders from Shem Alexis Holder to the substitute fielder in Kemar Smith, who by and large is a better fielder, boundary fielder than Shem Holder. Gets around comfortably, takes that catch. Disappointment for Javelle Glenn, and understandably so. He was well set, just cleared the ropes, decided he needed to go again, and it brought about the end of his innings. A lot for him to sit and now ponder upon. Jamaica Scorpions 151 for 7, leading by just 89 runs. And a very happy Barbados Pride camp at the moment.
Yeah, very much so. Sensing that with a day and session and a half to go, they're sensing that they will not need, certainly won't need all of tomorrow for sure. And at this rate, if they can dismiss the Scorpions before tea, then again, whatever they're chasing, they can get it done today.
One might wonder if the Scorpions have Valentine's Day plans. They're batting in much of a hurry. Marquino Minley is the new batter for the Scorpions. He put in some hard yards yesterday with ball in hand. just short of the falling Zachary McCaskey. He's telling him he needs to get a bit closer if he's going to take it. He's actually instructing Richards to come across to the offside as well. Unfazed is Mindley. He's able to get off the mark with that one. The end of a successful over for Warrican. 152 for 8. Beaten outside that off stump. Self-inflicted pressure on the Jamaica Scorpions. Just as we look over this game, a case of one too many batters. One too many set batters at that, giving away their wicket. Was in the air for some time. It falls just short of Shem Holder, looking for his second wicket in this innings. Catches the cry, and the catch is taken. Holder gets his second. Jamaica lose their 9th.
Yes, and things going from bad to worse. Just unable to keep that drive down, Marquino Minley. And a good diving catch there taken at extra cover. Yep, nice slow catch, neatly taken.
The captain takes a good catch to spell the end of Minley. That lead just 90 runs for the Scorpions. And Javore Royal, what is going through his head here? He's got one man left to bat with. Does he have an almighty swing and hope for what he can get? Or does he trust the 18-year-old Tamari Redwood, who is striding out to the crease now? The young leg spinner, who's got one ball to face from Shem Holder. Can he survive? pressure on the 18-year-old now. A lot of chatter around him. And the ball in the hand of Shem Holder. He survives. 152 for 9. Where is the number 8 on his back, Javelle Royal? What is he thinking here in this situation? What does he do in this situation? He's thinking, have a go, have a swing.
That's your answer.
And you cannot blame him. Quick runs is the order of the day now. That lead now goes up to 96.
Yeah, good strike. A surprising Warrican. Gave himself a bit of room, just cleared that front foot.
I'm not sure why Warrican would have been surprised by that one, because everybody saw that coming. He's going to throw everything and the kitchen sink at it.
Obviously, he hasn't got a lot of. He probably doesn't think a great deal about Redwood, so he's even declined the single. So the intentions are very clear. Yep, it's about here where the sun shines.
I've always heard that phrase, and it makes me wonder if one can't make hay at night. I've always been curious about it. To the viewers, don't get me wrong, I do understand it, but I just have that type of mind that wonders, well, can one make hay at night?
Yeah, there's no holding back here with Royal. He's obviously decided that Royal's capabilities, that Redwood's capabilities are probably not that great, so he's going to take every opportunity to try and score and move the scoreboard along. So really Redwood's job is just to hang in there and push and nudge and and he does it effectively, so Royal can probably settle down now and have some confidence in the young man.
That was interesting, the use of the feet from Redwood there, getting closer to that one. Just one delivery left to face. Flatter from Warrican. And definitely sliding down the leg side on angle. No need to ask about that one, Warrican. We saw it from up here.
Yeah, going down the leg side, Warrican pleading for that one, but you can see it veering in from the angle, left arm, from around the wicket. Really, to get an LBW there, the ball needs to straighten. That delivery was never straight, and it was really just coming in on the angle.
pulls out the broom for the reverse sweep. And it prompts a change in the field. Now Warrican now goes to backward point. So a very vacant space in the cover region now. Uses the feet. And he gets all of that as well.
Got to that under full. Still able to get it over the fence.
Catches the cry, but that too will not be caught. So the runs are coming quickly now for Royal and the Scorpions. That lead goes past the 100.
Yes, and Royal obviously has signaled exactly how he's going to play. And Shem Hall has gone for back-to-back sixes.
The reverse sweep does what it's intended to do.
Yeah, well played. Didn't try to fetch it from outside the off stump. On this occasion, decided to go for the safer shot.
These runs could come in very handy for the Scorpions, depending on how long he's able to keep this going. Javelle Royal. We thought maybe this might have come from an Odean Smith. He simply was not able to read the situation at that stage. Flatter from Holder and takes his single on the 5th delivery. So just one for Redwood now to face. You just think about maybe like an Odean Smith, and everybody knew the approach that he was going to take, and the field was well spread. Holder was holding deliveries back. It was just a case of maybe getting on that back foot, working that one, waiting for yours to come, because you know what he's able to do, Odean Smith. And it just goes back to what was mentioned earlier in terms of making better decisions. Situations that are based on the situation. Redwood wants one. Royal says, how dare you think of that? Dot ball to close. 174 for 9.
Yeah, so Redwood holding up his end of the bargain.
This too has put on wings and sailed over the ropes. Good runs at the back end for the Scorpions.
Royal dealing in sixes, and Warrican the latest to feel his power.
He's tempting him, he's teasing him. And this time, he finds the hands on the boundary. Catch taken. At the end of the Jamaica Scorpions innings. Shaquille Cumberbatch, the substitute fielder, the one taking the catch on the boundary there. So what we know is that a target has been set for the Barbados Pride. A quick fire 29 from 16 is what Javelle Royal was able to put onto the board. 180 all out the Scorpions. Just given a bit of flight again and unable to find the middle of the bat. Settles nicely Cumberbatch and takes it and gives it a bit of a celebration as well. 118 is what Barbados Pride will need here to secure a victory in round number 3. We take a quick break, and when we come back, it's the chase of the Barbados Pride. 119 is what Barbados Pride need, and it appears as if they're eager to get on with this contest. Both batters already out in the middle. Jamaica Scorpions, well, they're looking to the high heavens, hoping that something will come down upon them, and by some miracle pull off what many see as the impossible. They've not given themselves much to work with here, Jamaica Scorpions, so it all has to go their way from ball number 1, led on by their captain, John Campbell. It will take a spirited effort from them. These lads may be sitting a little easier, but job not done just yet. Captain Craig Brathwaite, he'll be hoping that he can be out there to steer his side straight through to the end. It will be back-to-back victories for them, coming off of a win versus the West Indies Academy just 1 week ago. The thing about cricket is that it gives us glorious uncertainties. So no foregone conclusions here on day 3. Just about an hour left in this session, and of course 1 session after this. So we'll say approximately maybe 3 hours and 5 minutes of cricket today. Naturally, you might say it's enough to get those 119, but we're in no rush. We've got nowhere to go. Wherever you are around the world, we want to say thank you for joining us right here at Kensington Oval for this West Indies Championship encounter. I know so many of you are locked on, whether at home, at work, maybe streaming somewhere as you drive in your car. You've enjoyed 2.5 days of action that we've had so far. And buckle up, because there's more action to come your way. Two slips in a gully, a man at point, a cover and a mid-off. Here's a man at mid-on, mid-wicket, and a whitish fine leg on the boundary. Getting limber and stretching is a man who can maybe be a difference maker here today. He toiled long and hard in the first innings. Marquino Minley from the Joel Garner end to get things started in this replay. Intent immediately shown by Brathwaite. Interesting that this is the end that Minley is opting to start from. Is the end that brought him success in the back end of Barbados' first innings, but he actually started the first innings from that Malcolm Marshall end. You just wonder if maybe he's looking at some of the other seamers that bowl for Barbados Pride and what this surface did from this Joel Garner end. Things like that, where balls keep low, batters trapped on the pad. Bat onto that one. In fact, no leg byes now signaled. So the account of Barbados up and running. But it's just things like that that the Scorpions are going to be hoping go their way, where balls don't get up. Squared up on this occasion. A big piece into the puzzle of this chase will be Craig Brathwaite. A big part of where the Scorpions struggled, especially in that first innings, is not having someone to pair Marquino Minley from the other end with that new ball. Somebody who would have kept things tight ask questions, restricted scoring. You just wonder who they're going to turn to from that Malcolm Marshall end. In the first innings, they gave it to Odean Smith. They tried Jermaine Blackwood as well. That was first change in the first innings. Or maybe they give it to the man who picked up 6 wickets in the first innings in Brad Barnes. Who knows? In one delivery, we're going to find out. Gully puts a stop to that one. First over gone, 4 without loss. McCaskey to face his first delivery now of this second innings. Got a start and gave it away in the first innings. A chance at redemption now. We wondered who might pair with that new ball. And it's going to be Odean Smith, as I say good afternoon to Hendy Wallace, sitting next to me in a green shirt. I'm not wearing the color of love today.
Yeah, I was going through the wardrobe and it was a bit of a struggle. But thank you for having me back. Smith it is.
Well, you say the wardrobe, but is it the wardrobe of the heart, Hendy? Is there a dark heart next to me?
Actually, it was the shade that was the problem.
We're going to get you a red shirt, Hendy. We're going to get you a red shirt. From a Barbados Pride perspective, Hendy, how do you assess the bowling efforts as we come across day number 3 at the start of the day, the bowling efforts till now?
I wouldn't fault the bowling effort of the Barbados Pride. If I was going to be critical, I would say that they could have done with a bit more support from the fielders. And on the other side of the coin, I think that the Jamaican Scorpions will be very disappointed when they look at the manner of dismissal. I think they'll be disappointed that they didn't put a better resistance against Barbados. There's no reason on this surface why they shouldn't have been able to get that lead up to about maybe 200.
Yeah, I can certainly agree there. When they look back at the dismissals, quite a few of their batters, I think, will be in for some stern words from the coaching staff, just in terms of how they relinquished their responsibility today. There was time, yes, a couple things happening on the surface, but nothing that created the types of alarms that we saw in terms of the shot selection today. So certainly let themselves down with the bat, the Scorpions.
I had a chat with Robert Haynes yesterday at the end of the day's play, and he said, what do you think was a manageable total, what we should let to get? I said, well, anything less than 230 to win might be a cakewalk for Barbados. And I said, on this surface, there's absolutely no reason why your team could not realistically get up to 300. So that will give you something to work with. And of course, there's always scoreboard pressure, batting loss, etc. that will come into the equation. But they weren't able to do that. Barbados, 6 without loss.
Realizes a little guilty there. Brathwaite just feeling for that one outside the off stump. It's actually an area that in recent times has posed a bit of a challenge for him, just back of a length. Hands going away from the body, feeling outside that off stump. Brathwaite body not even going in the direction of the ball either, so the hands just going towards the ball.
I suppose it's a case of looking to score. Normally a delivery of that line, and just short of a good length, you would leave on length alone. But looking to score, guilty of being drawn into the shot, and then I think like halfway through the shot you realize, oh no, I shouldn't be doing this. But then it's too late. Luckily for Brathwaite, didn't get a touch on that occasion. And what I will say is that with the hard new ball, there's still enough there for the bowlers to work with. We saw the Barbados seamers this morning, where the ball was still relatively hard. There was still some encouragement.
Yeah, the good thing about what Barbados Pride seamers did this morning is that they bowl well in pairs. When I think about Forde from one end and what Simmons was able to do from the other end to support him and keep that pressure on, I think that has been a big letdown for the Scorpions with the new ball, especially in the first innings. And I wouldn't necessarily judge the first over from Odean Smith too harshly, but it is shaping up similar to what he did in that first inning as well, where he's not necessarily backing up Minley with the type of deliveries needed. And I think that has been a big letdown for them. So as they go through the rounds, I think there's a break after this one. Can they find somebody that can pair well with Minley with that new ball?
I'm told that Shields is in the camp to possibly come in later on in the competition, whether it be the next game. And Minley is just sort of coming back, so they're trying not to overbowl him. He's coming back from some shoulder concerns, but so far, he's looking good. Maiden over, still 6 without loss.
Smith to continue from that Malcolm Marshall end. 2 slips and a gully from McCaskey.
I mentioned this in the first innings with Odean Smith. It just looks like if he's bowling slightly within himself, maybe opt in more for control, than for really upping his pace.
Can agree there, not necessarily shaping up to be an inspired spell of fast bowling. Things that on occasion you've seen one or two spells from Odean Smith which have kind of shaken things up and changed the course of a game, and I think that is what the Scorpions will be hoping for here. Just a burst of maybe 3, a burst of maybe 4, where he's able to make something happen, or at least attempt to make something happen. I guess something like that.
No ball called by the umpire, so maybe just a little bit of extra effort pushing him just beyond that popping crease. Ball probably didn't get up as much as McCaskey expected it. Might be worth trying him with another one.
Run out with the call, but gets home quite safely in the end. Royale, being left-handed, had to run around the ball, and I think that is what helped Craig Brathwaite on that occasion. Had he been right-handed, it would have been an easier pickup for him and a throw. He's maybe rehearsing the shot to which he got out. Brathwaite pulls in commanding fashion. That was a very good-looking shot, I must say.
He'll be hurrying here looking for a second run. Yeah, the short ball before was very dismissive of Brathwaite. So a productive over for Barbados. It's now moved on to 14 without loss.
And just here's where I go back to talking about bowling in partnerships and how that pressure just gets eased. From the other end, you have Minley running in, Minley keeping things tight, Minley asking questions. And at the other end, you've got 6 and 7 runs coming out of the over. Concern certainly for John Campbell. And it's also a situation where he can't afford to allow it to keep going for a period of time either, given that it's not many runs on the board for Barbados Pride to chase. Probably might need to ring the changes a little quicker as well in this second innings.
We could even be talking about Blackwood coming into the attack. Imagine us talking about Blackwood with his medium pacers, but he put on a good show in the first innings and might not be a bad option with this newish ball.
Also picked up the wicket of Craig Brathwaite in that first innings as well. So yeah, I could definitely think, okay, maybe ball is still new, ball is still hard. We want to try another seamer. Let's try Blackwood. But yeah, just a case of allowing Minley, yes, to get into a rhythm, continue as he has, but finding somebody from the other end who will support him who will keep things tight and build some form of pressure.
Very often your wicket takers too, or the ones identified as wicket takers, can be a bit expensive. So after this opening burst from Mindley, your next change bowlers you would expect to be probably Barnes, maybe Blackwood. Then we saw the leg spinner earlier. And if he's going to be part of the plan, you want to get him into the exchanges as early as possible. You certainly don't want to bring him into the attack and the score is 80 or 90. So a bit of a dilemma for Campbell. It's a false shot, but no damage done going into the gap, so they're able to get a single.
And somebody raises a very important point in terms of the leg spinner, because you see a leg spinner as your wicket taking option, but because they also leak runs, some captains tend to hold them back till much later in the innings. So it's almost a foregone conclusion. It really takes guts, and I'm going to say another word, but I don't think I could say that on air. But yeah, it really takes guts to bring your leg spinner into the contest very early and see what is there for him. If nothing, pull him and then go back to somewhat of a holding role at one end and somebody else a little more experienced probably from the other end. But I can't wait until you get towards 70, 80 to decide, okay, now let's try my leg spinner, because there and then the game pretty much will be over. Just one in the over from Mindley, 15 without loss.
So beyond all this speculation, Odean Smith will in fact continue. He's probably been given an instruction from his captain to just up the ante a bit. So the short ball, one was dispatched by Brathwaite in the last over. McCaskey doesn't seem inclined to take on that short ball.
Well, he's found the end of the innings. Looking to go after that short one, McCaskey, in two minds. And he's now got to walk back.
Disappointment there for McCaskey. Didn't seem to be any conviction in the shot. It seemed as if he was fetching that one from wide of the stumps. As I was saying the ball before, like he wasn't prepared to, didn't seem as if he was too keen on taking on the short ball. And in so doing, probably didn't have a clear mind as to how he want to deal with that. So that ball was way outside the off stump. Didn't get into any sort of position to play the ball. He had to really fetch it and try to hit it square. And a straightforward catch to the field at the forward square. So we're talking about Odean Smith up in the ante. Well, he's tried something different, and he's got some success. Go figure that one out, Joe.
It actually took me by surprise. I'm pretty sure the viewers realized that. There was a long pause before the actual words came from my mouth because I was in absolute disbelief at it on that occasion. But he's found himself success. They found a break through the Scorpions, and now Jonathan Drake, the Centurion, at the crease.
And hopefully that will give Odean Smith a bit of a lift. Maybe that would get the adrenaline going. At the end of the day, it's a wicket. Doesn't matter how they come. Centurion coming to the crease, but he has to start all over. It's a new innings. Got to get at him.
It's another no ball for Odean Smith, but at least here now, those last two deliveries, you can actually see a bit more about how he's actually running and how he's approaching the crease. The delivery to McCaskey actually appeared to just be I wouldn't necessarily call it a nothing ball, but didn't have much behind it, and it was almost as if he was surprised too that it took a wicket. But ever since that, now you've seen just a bit more about how he's approaching the crease. Just a bit more energy, a bit more follow through. So maybe he just needed that to wake him up. He's now getting something to happen. Odean Smith just with a bit of effort. And if they can remove Jonathan Drake's here now.
It's just amazing how things appear to happen. It was just meandering along, and then comes the wicket, and suddenly there's a bit more life. So a successful over for Odean Smith. 1 wicket down for Barbados. 16 for 1. Medley to continue from the Joel Garner end. You could argue he has been the pick of the bowlers in this innings, but nothing in the wickets column as yet. Brathwaite just easing that one into the gap. I must say there's a Brathwaite in the last innings, and I know that, you know, runs can do a lot for your confidence. I mean, he's a very confident young man. He believes in his ability, but his footwork, I must confess, has looked so much more assured. There have been analysts that have been quite critical of his crab-like motion on the crease, not getting either for committing on the back foot or forward, seem to be shuffling on the crease. But I must say, in this game and the last game, probably the bowling's not been as testing, no disrespect to the bowlers, but as I said, I've seen a lot more decisiveness in his footwork.
Well, wrist work pushes that one down towards that long on boundary. Pulled up just inside now by Javelle Glenn, and they come back for 3.
Good work there by Glenn. Just keeping it in a couple feet, the boundary, and then a direct hit at the non-striker's end. So 3 runs to Brathwaite, which gets him off strike. An opportunity here for Midley to bowl to the new batter. Now, I'd be inclined to put another field in that slip cordon for Midley for the new batter. Because it's not all about saving runs. The Scorpions have to look for ways to prize out these wickets. Got to make something happen.
I think back to the first innings, and from this very end, this Joel Garner end, Minley had a very loud and convincing shout in the early stages of Drix's first innings. Point gets in the way of that one.
Well, that's the stroke you play when you've had 100 in the first innings. What a confident stroke. And he picked up the fielder, but the timing. Playing that one on the up, wasn't a half volley. The placement was the only thing that let him down.
A sharp and rising from Mindy to close out 7 overs. It's 21 for 1.
So John Campbell continuing with his paces, looking to get a wicket or 2 before the spinners come into the attack, because I suppose the feeling is it'd be a lot easier for the Barbados batters with a spin in operation. Brathwaite is one that will just work it around. They've got 1 wicket. Yet again, a disappointing way to go in terms of McCaskey. Got to be careful. Could lose his place in the side. No, that's a shot as if you're playing maybe a one-day game and you're looking to get a 4 possible the last ball. Remember, we got into the first innings. That was tailing away towards the square leg area, and he got it out of extra cover. It was a rather strange shot there from Brathwaite.
Well, look at the effect it's had on the captain, suddenly ringing the changes in the field. But that looked like a shot that you play with 2 balls left and 4 to win.
Yep, you're right. And good captaincy too by putting the forward short leg in, and the first ball is short. Didn't get it up by his chest area, but it was in the air as it was turned away down to, I could almost say, short square leg. Barbados have not been able to score. It's not been a situation where they are scoring freely. It's been pretty tight.
So probably looking to adopt the short ball theory with 2 men back in the deep, a man at short forward square and a man at forward square. The instruction is very clear to Odean Smith to bowl it short and at the body.
Yeah, and when Drake's batted in the first innings, he had difficulty with the man who's bowling to him now. Oh, yeah, aggression. And that could have gone full to slip. Very good delivery.
Well, it had Drake's in 2 minds, and he's still on a knot. He's still on duck, 9 balls face. I got the impression he was contemplating leaving it alone, but the ball just followed him.
Another short delivery, good pace. Remember Odean Smith, when he first came on the scene, bowling pretty sharp. Speaking to Sir Andy Roberts a couple of minutes ago, and he was telling me the same thing. We were discussing the game. And, you know, well, I suppose so much white ball cricket is played. One thought he might have even gone on to have maybe played a couple of test matches. That's a loose shot. Good aggression from Jamaica, defending a small score, but they're fighting. 22 for 1. So that's the story for Jamaica. 180 in the second innings after being 26 for 1. So disappointment for them. Barbados with less than 100 to get. So that man in your picture is Jermaine Blackwood, the brisk medium pacer, who bowled very well in the first innings to pick up 2 wickets. Jamaica, they need wickets. They want to get into that middle order and create problems for the Barbados Pride. I think their captain is very conscious of that, John Campbell. And he set a field on the offside saving 1. Would want to dry up things here, testing the batsman's patience. Brathwaite is that kind of a batsman, just to work the ball around. When you look at his career, concentration has been his hallmark. Although in the first innings he got up to Blackwood in a very strange way, bold, looking to get a ball in the offside. That was pitched outside land, the offside. Here's a push away for a single finally. Brathwaite, who was very good at Combermere, they tell me, is a 100-meter man, gets through for the run. But I was making the point that in the first innings, against the run of play, Brathwaite essayed a pull shot to one on the off stump and drag the ball into his stumps. And actually triggered a slide where Barbados went from 45 without loss to 51 for 4. This game should end today, one way or the other. At the moment, it looks like Barbados, but cricket's a funny game.
See the hands going up there. Blackwood, who has predominantly been getting the ball to come into the right-hander. That one just seemed to hold up a fraction. Just squared up Drake's.
He bowled well. Pretty decent medium pace as well, no doubt about that.
So brisk medium pace, just doing a little bit of movement either way. Wouldn't drive any fear into the batter, but he will command some respect.
I think Brathwaite recognizing that he really gave his hand away in the first innings. It was rather strange to see him do that because we've seen him over the years treasure his wicket. That's what Jamaica needs, just to draw out runs and work on the batsman's patience. But at the moment, it's 24 for 1. Two batsmen coming together to have a chat, saying, look, we don't want to leave it to those in the pavilion. We can do it. The man who's batting now, Jonathan Drakes, made a brilliant 100 in the first innings.
And they may also be saying that there's probably not much left in the tank here for Smith in this spell. And it might be an option just to see him off. Another short ball there.
Yeah, I agree with you. Just ride it. He's bowled well, he's been aggressive on a pitch that has got some bounce. And just a matter of just playing him out and wait for the spinners to come. Another short delivery, quite predictable.
With the variable bounce, though, it's important for Drakes, when opting not to play at the short ball, to keep those gloves low and away from the ball. So he left the bat just hanging for a moment there, expecting the ball to bounce at about chest height. Now, what we've seen today is that sometimes the ball is not bouncing as high as you expect.
Yeah, you've seen some batters, no ball called by umpire Duguid. Try to leave the ball and it just takes the glove and goes through to the keeper. He's in his, fifth over now. There may not be a lot left in the tank for Odean Smith, the big man from Jamaica, the land of wood and water. Hello to all of our viewers there on the stream. My good friend Maurice Foster. Yeah, that will come. Another short delivery. There's one thing that I note with interest about Drakes. He's sometimes not comfortable with short deliveries, but I suppose it's a West Indian thing because when you look around the Caribbean, there are not many hookers and pullers like Alvin Kallicharran and Roy Fredericks, Richards, Greenidge and Haynes. But there's a clear plan to attack him with a short delivery, with a almost short square leg. He's not in the conventional forward short leg position. Now he's bowled a couple of short balls. Will he now look to pitch it up? Try to get the batsman on the back foot. That's a poor delivery and banged away square in the offside. That's going to go for 4. Down to backward point.
Yeah, not much gas in that delivery. That was just short and wide, just got it about waist height. And Drake said thank you very much as he put it away square in the offside.
So 1 to come in the over, and he decides now to go round the wicket. What do you think is there, Andy?
Again, looking to create an angle, starting outside leg stump and targeting the body.
And he hits him with a short ball. Wow. Great aggression from Odean Smith. And Drakes is discomforted. Banged in short.
Yeah, we don't get to see this very often with the faster bowlers coming around the wicket. And you see that ball pitching outside leg stump, but angling at the body. It's almost like a blind side to the batter. And Drake's again taking evasive action. Once again, the ball not bouncing as high as he anticipated. See, he's opened his stance there slightly. So you see that ball is just above stump height. And it seems like the captain, John Campbell, probably enjoy that. And see the reaction of John Campbell there at the forward square position.
Ouch! Ouch! Blackwood continued his probe on the top of the off stump. I like to see these bowlers, not quick, but they will do something with the ball. Then you look around the Caribbean, the pass, and Aaron Daly from Jamaica, Hendy Bryan from Barbados. Mr. really rush the batsman.
Yeah, those guys are on about fast medium, or I should say medium fast, because they were closer to the fast side than the medium. So let's call them medium fast. And then doing something with the ball as well, it just keeps the batsman guessing, so to speak.
And that's very well pitched up, but Brathwaite equal to the task. Yeah, I mean, Hendy Bryan was one that really was underrated. I remember Delroy Morgan, who was now the chairman of selectors there in Jamaica, saying to me that when he played, yes, they had other fast bowlers in the Barbados side, but they always used to watch out for Bryan.
And again, it was really what he offered with the older ball. Had excellent control with the older ball and could do a bit with it. You know, lots of bowlers get excited about bowling the new ball. And we keep saying that the ball is only new for one ball. And it's really what you can offer when it's after 40 overs, before, anytime before, between 40 overs and when the next new ball is available.
Yeah, you're right. And, you know, Blackwood generally gets the ball to come into the right hander, but in the first innings he was also able to get it to move away. Having a word with Odean Smith about tipping it off, maybe saying to him, look, I tried a short ball, why don't you? That's very good bowling. And what has happened here, it's not been a situation where the Barbados Pride, they've been able to get away. Like sometimes you get a small score and all of a sudden you're 50 without loss. They've had to work for these runs. We're into over number 11. And just 29 for 1. So Jamaica fighting. Good tight over from Blackwood. Barbados at 29 for 1.
I'm sure the captain will be asking Odean Smith if he's got another one in the tank, because what we saw in the last over was certainly very encouraging. And some deliberation there between the batters as well as to how best he probably can negotiate that short ball.
Yeah. And I suppose he's going to bowl another over because of what happened with that last delivery. So just trying to play on his mind here.
And it's good to see Jamaica's got a plan. As you said, defending a small target, it didn't just come out and roll the arm over. They actually come in with a plan. And it just creates a little bit of interest.
So he's been very predictable by bowling short. No ball is called by umpire Nigel Duguid, the man out of Georgetown, Guyana, which I understand getting quite a lot of rain. No play on the second day of the game between the Harper Eagles and the West Indies Academy. And talking to Mark Harper, my good friend, last night he said lots of rain in Guyana.
At least we know the good thing about Providence is that once the rain stops, you'll be playing within an hour, regardless of how much rain falls. The drainage is just excellent.
Make that 59 minutes. Yeah, wonderful. And they talk about it all the time, the drainage. Of course, when you look back at Border, I don't know if you ever played in Guyana. I mean, wow. So Drake's continue to have his challenges here with those short balls. Yeah, Border. Trouble, trouble, and more trouble. I remember doing a game in the late 80s. Barbados went to Guyana, and the game started late on the third day. I think this could be the end now for Odean Smith. Look at him there. I think he needs a bit of back in saltfish to get some energy. That ball stayed up. No, Brathwaite is having a word with Drakes. What do you think they're talking about there?
I guess it's just to reassure him. You know, there's the bigger picture.
Yes.
And just how many balls left in the over? Just 2 balls left in the over. So just reassuring to see it out.
Well, he certainly went after it. Well, he's not been playing the hook shot, but he certainly looked to get back into that. He could have easily hit that to the keeper.
And they're also 2 men down behind square for that short ball. So you would say there's an element of risk involved in taking it on.
What I think he hasn't done, though, Smith, is to mix it up. He's going to look to York him now, I would think. Well, certainly the Jamaicans have found that despite the fact that Drake's made 100 in the first innings, he seems vulnerable to those short deliveries. 30 for 1. Barbados dugout. And we also see Robert Haynes just touching that grey beard. He is the man coaching the Jamaica side along with Cork. Remember him, Terence Cork, who played for Jamaica. Had a lovely chat with him last night. The Barbados Cricket Association hosting both teams. It's a standard here at Kensington Oval in the President's Suite to invite the guys to have a munch. Some would say a bite. Here's Blackwood looking for pepper. Brathwaite deep in his crease there, just rolling the wrist over. Gets a run. There's a little period just before tea to ride things out. McCaskey, having left a short ball, the next one, that was wide and it was a highish bounce and he just pulled it straight to the wicket. Expansive drive from Jonathan Drakes, but Captain Campbell, who's marshaled his forces pretty well. We get the feeling that he knows the game. I judge captains, of course, on a lot on field placing. And he's recognized that, look, I can't have the 3 sips and the 2 gullies. So I just need to dry up some runs here. And he's done well. This is over number 13. Now the Cajun 13 overs gone, 119 to get. Score could be 80 without loss, but there's still 88 to get. So he's got the slip, the gully, the backward point, of course the extra cover and mid-off. So there are 3 fillers on the offside, saving 1. The mid-on is tight and the mid-wicket as well. That's going to go away. Square the offside, that's 4. Got the room. Well played, Jonathan Drakes.
You could almost call that freeing the shackles, just for once. A bit of width presented there by Jermaine Blackwood, just straying away from the blueprint. And this one a little bit wider of off stump, which really gave Drakes the opportunity to free his arms. What an elegant shot.
Yeah, the ball before was closer to the off stump and he drove it to extra cover. As you said, he had the room there and got it square down to backward point. What a good comeback delivery. Outside edge found.
The line on that occasion is what was also helpful. And bringing Drakes forward in defense. And whatever little movement there was there, taking the outer portion of the bat.
So another over, done and dusted as we head towards tea on day 3, 35 for 1.
So Campbell would have said to his strike bowler in Odean Smith, maybe just one more before the luncheon interval. You think you can sort of give me one more?
Yeah. This could be the last before the break. He's now bowling to Brathwaite. Sure that Drakes is happy to be at the non-striker's end. Brathwaite also has his challenges against short bowling. And now the captain decides, interestingly, he may go to gully, leg gully here. For Drakes, it is almost a short square leg. And now he's moved. We'll get your thoughts after this. And it goes straight to him. What's the thinking there?
Yes, he's gone to the leg gully position because Brathwaite does have the tendency to get outside the line of the ball and turn it fine. Now with the extra bounce, if Odean Smith can hurry him and get it high on the blade or on the glove, the likelihood with him coming around the wicket may just direct the ball into that backward short leg area.
Sharp single. Brathwaite just stabbing the ball, but some discomfort down towards that backward point area. The thing about the modern day West Indian batsmen is that you don't see many of them hooking and pulling. I said it earlier.
But I think one of the reasons for that,
Right.
Andrew, is that they probably don't get the opportunity
You reckon?
to play the hook shot or the pull shot because we don't see bounces very often.
Okay, fair enough. Well, we're going to see some when the Australians come. Yeah, you're right about that. The Pakistanis, they've got their fast bowlers, but of course it's the white ball. Yeah. You see Drake's on the back foot before that ball was delivered. Just think that Smith could mix it up a bit, pitch it up, make him wonder when that short ball is going to come along. It's very predictable here.
Well, the worry about that is that if he doesn't get it right,
Yeah,
then
yeah.
it can be smashed through the covers.
Yeah, indeed, as we've seen. But he's elected to stay with the gully for Drakes, who's had his challenges. Not been all Drakes like in the first innings. He's faced 33 balls. He wouldn't mind that. Battling away. And that's what you got to do. That tenacity is so vitally important. That commitment. And come out on top in adversity. That looked like a tired one. It's a no ball. Called by umpire Dugan.
That's when you're taking the last gasp. You know, it's really sucking in the air.
Yep.
And just pushing that popping crease, looking for that extra pace.
Yeah, look at him. Huffing and puffing. And may not be the fittest in the world. At least it doesn't look that way. I may be wrong. I may be dead wrong. He's got 2 balls left in the over. From round the wicket, he pitches it up. And no challenges for Jonathan Drakes. Yeah, I think, you know, it's a concern of mine, really, that we don't seem to play the short balls well. Remember Wagner? The last time the West Indies went down to New Zealand, he's a medium pacer.
Yeah, the thing about Wagner, though, is that he troubled every batsman
Yep.
around in
In
world
his time,
cricket.
yeah. Oh, yeah, he was something else.
We haven't seen anything like
I
this. He was bowling
know.
5-6 bouncers per over.
Oh, man. I love to see him bowler. This could be the last ball before the break. Played away. Beautiful shot. Will have the legs to get to the boundary. The race is tight, but the ball wins the battle. Well played. Jonathan Drakes beautifully played off the back foot for 4.
And you would almost say that was one delivery too many for Odean Smith as he was coming to the end of that over. That no ball in the over didn't help to have to bowl that extra delivery. But that was tea time, so 41 for 1. After 14 overs, Odean Smith picked up the solitary wicket, that of McCaskey. And as I said, the Jamaicans are prepared to put up a fight.
Yeah, 41 for 1. They got the wicket of McCaskey early, no doubt about that. And these 2 batsmen leaving the square now. Captain Brathwaite, along with Jonathan Drakes, the century maker from the first innings. Barbados are in a position of comfort. They're 41 for 1. The target is a small one, just 119. And the Jamaicans tried very hard with their pacers to pick up a couple of scalps. That didn't happen. Some solid batting from Captain Brathwaite. Drake's had his challenges, but he battled away in adversity and will go up the steps of the Sir Garfield Sobers Pavilion now, knowing that his side is in a position that they should go on to win the battle at Kensington Oval. So as we break for just about 15 minutes, the situation is that the Barbados team are in charge of a game that may not go the distance, of course, scheduled for day 4, but I think the only thing would happen to take us into day 4 is if we have driving rain in Bridgetown. The Weeks World and Walcott stand, a couple of people in the balcony in the President's Suite enjoying the many offerings there. We'll be happy that Barbados has done well. So as we take a break, Barbados are in control, 41 for 1, chasing 119. We'll come back in about 15 minutes or so. Please join us then.
But to play 85 test matches in a row, you know, it means a lot. I have to be extremely thankful to be able to be fit. Obviously, God bless me, you know, for no injuries in that period. But to play 85 games in a row is hard work. You know, you got to be mentally tough. It's knowing where you got to improve because oppositions always come, you know, at different ways throughout your career, and it's just knowing what to do, how to improve as a player. You know, true. I mean, up to this day is the same thing. But hard work for sure and dedication and discipline is very, very important. And obviously to pass Sir Garfield Sobers, you know, that's almost unimaginable, to be honest. You know, it's a sense of honor. You know, I mean, Sir Garfield Sobers is a legend of the game. He always gives, you know, his advice, you know, whenever we see him. And, you know, obviously you could see why he was great, you know, from obviously the way he moves and the way he talks, how confidently he says about, you know, certain situations of the game and certain shots that, you know, he would have played. Obviously injury could happen at any point for any player, albeit batting is a lot easier on the body compared to fast bowlers. You know, so to be on the park for all 85, I've got to be thankful, you know, for being blessed with, you know, the strength to be fit for every game. That's one. And then obviously performance, you know, comes into play.
A wind that has come swiftly and appropriately off the bat of the West Indies captain and leader. And he has given them a series victory.
Would have loved to be playing, you know, T20s and stuff around the world, but, you know, that's not how it worked out for me. And everyone has a different way of going for their career. But for me, it's been easy, you know, just, you know, doing to be a successful Test cricketer. And, you know, and the ups and downs, I think that's one of the biggest challenges. And I will always tell any younger guy, any guy aspiring to play as a batsman, yeah, it's good to come in and get a debut 100 and a maiden 100. That's lovely and your average looks nice. But it's when the failures come in, you know, it's how you deal with it. And I think that's what makes you a Test cricketer, if you can deal with those pressures around. And that's my advice for everyone. You know, everyone aspiring to play. It's obviously the greatest format. You know, it's where legends are born. And I would say I'm extremely thankful to have been playing for this period.
A landmark of the highest order for Craig Brathwaite. Test century number 9, he becomes the 18th West Indies Test captain to score 1.
I remember the 100 I made against South Africa when they were number 1. You know, at that age as well for me, you know, being 24, 25, I mean, for me that was amazing. The 100 in Australia, you know, a couple of years ago, I mean, they were #1, and for me that was amazing. But for me, I'll say, you know, the Henley 100, unfortunately, get the double 100 off, you know, out for 95, foolishly, but that happens. You know, we won the test match, and you know, they won like South Africa and stuff, but that game was drawn through to bad weather. But we lost the game in Australia. So for me, like, I feel better with 100 that we won the game. And you know, for me, the Henley match meant a lot for us. You know, coming off from a massive defeat in the first pink ball test, so to come at Henley and to be able to contribute to the team, you know, getting 100 there in that game, that one meant a lot. Majority of my 100s I really loved, really enjoyed. But beating England that day, I think that was very special for us as a West Indian group. And for now, I would say that's #1, but it's very tough to choose one. It's 12 now, hopefully it'll be 12 more, you know, in my career. But I tell you, every one of those 12 has been special to me. But the one in Sharjah, that was nice as well. I remember, you know, for the spinners, I used my feet a lot. One of the most times I used my feet in a test match. I'll never forget that. And you know, that was a great feeling, man. We were down 2-0 that series, and obviously winning the last game, you know, was obviously a nice feeling. You know, after obviously Pakistan had us 2-0. And being knocked out in both of those innings was special as well. So I mean, to be honest, all 12, I could say all 12 are special, because the feeling hadn't changed. So, you know, obviously you ask a question and I'm trying to answer it, you know, by choosing one, but really, I don't really think I could choose one. Like, I have a friend back home, he has his idea, which is my best, but then I don't agree with him. So both of them were special. I must say all 12 have been very, very special to me, because it takes a lot of hard work to score a test 100. Unfortunately, you can't make it in 30 and 40 balls to make it easier. You know, you got to grind for a couple of hours to get 100.
Now this will do very nicely indeed. Very deftly, very sweetly, tucked away behind square on the offside. And this is the reward for monumental effort and concentration, and a lot of skill as well. This is what's known as leading from the front.
I mean, as any batsman will say, but obviously for me in my journey, if you come on tour and you're now looking to play work, like we said a week before and stuff, it's too late. So I'll say one thing I've learned is, you know, you go through a series whether you do well or not, and you gotta understand what you gotta work on, because the guy's gonna keep coming with something different always. And the key is to do it in your off season. Make sure you put in that work, you know, before you get to the next tour. Don't wait till the next tour then to start, you know. And that's one thing I've learned, and obviously continue learning, because as I say, every series, every game is always different. One thing I'll say is putting in that hard work, you know, off season before a series starts, putting you in a better position, you know, to be able to score runs.
How you doing? You good? Nothing beats hard work, and what is important is doing the hard work always, and not just when coaches are there. I think that's what will make you go to the next level. Well done, well done.
Test cricket is the ultimate test. You will be a legend from Test cricket. That's one thing I know. You know, if you look at all the legends in world cricket, Test cricket is what they come from. And you know, playing a simple defense is what the basic stuff. And once you can do that, then you can play any cricket in the world, T20, T10, T5, whichever you want to play. So once you have that foundation from playing Test cricket, you know, it will set you up to play every cricket in the world. Alzai Joseph is one for me. He loves Test cricket. He loves Test cricket, and obviously he's being IPL and everything, CPL, everything, and he's still here. And that's one example that I could give the guys to follow. You know, he does it, and obviously I hope he plays a lot more Test matches as well with a lot of success. But that's a great example that you balance both. You can do it. To play 100 Tests was my dream, and one thing I'll say, I can never be in this position without God. I must say, you know, putting God first is helped me throughout my career from primary school, never forget. And obviously, my two grandparents who, you know, not with me now, but, you know, they've done a lot for me, you know, through their prayers and stuff. I would never be in this position without them. And also, obviously, my father, you know, who has been there, you know, for me for cricket from a young boy. So, and my goal, and I'll never forget, my coach Mr. Ashley at the time, and he never forgets that my goal was to play 100 test matches, not to play for West Indies. You know, I didn't just want to play and, you know, or score 100 and stuff, and then they done it. No, I don't want to finish there, I want to play 100. So, you know, to play 100, yeah, that would be everything. That's what my life has been, playing test cricket. And yeah, it's very thankful to be in this position right now, to be captain and played 95 games. Obviously closer, you know, to that turret. So I can't really express how I will feel on that day, God willing. But it's everything. Test cricket is everything to me. I can't express the feelings that I will feel towards, you know, that special day, to be honest.
We get ready for the final session of the day, and quite possibly the final session of round number 3 of this West Indies Championship encounter between Jamaica Scorpions and Barbados Pride. In terms of numbers, Jamaica, they need 9 wickets, and Barbados Pride need a further 78 runs. In terms of runs this season, Jason Mohammed, he certainly added a lot more to that, got a double 100 in this round. John Campbell came into this round with 258 runs. Jermaine Blackwood as well, if we think about the batters who are featuring in this game. He was amongst the runs. So too was Jonathan Drakes, got himself another 100. So he'll be climbing up that list as well. Quite a few batters have gotten runs across this round of the West Indies Championship. Quite a few hundreds have been scored when we look around at the grounds and the venues. So kudos to those batters who have done quite well. Back here though at Kensington Oval, as I mentioned, 78 runs needed for Barbados Pride to get back-to-back wins in this year's championship. A win in round number 2 versus West Indies Academy. And now looking at a potential win here versus Jamaica Scorpions, unless they're able to pick up those 9 wickets. Captain Craig Brathwaite still there on 15. And the Centurion from the first innings in Jonathan Drakes there on 13. Javelle Royal, the left arm spinner with ball in hand to get things going after tea. A bit of purchase, a bit of turn for Royal, operating left arm around the wicket to the right-handed Brathwaite. Picked up the early wicket of Zachary McCaskey, the Scorpions, before that tea interval. And they'll be looking for a glimmer of hope here after tea. Gets it past point. Work to be done for Smith. He pulls it back inside now. First runs after tea and go to Craig Brathwaite. And now a single to complete the first over after tea. It is 44 for 1.
So just 75 more to get. Barbados, Brathwaite, and Drakes conferring. So Jamaica with an all-pace attack just before the break, starting with Royal the first over. Drakes on 13 from 36 balls, make that 43 balls. Went through a tricky period. 36 balls he faced actually was 13. Went through a tricky period, but survived on a pitch which has certainly offered some carry. There is a delay.
Yeah, umpire's just conferring on something. But it looks as if it's going to be Kirk McKenzie. He's going to have his first ball of the match from that Malcolm Marshall end. So trying something here, Jamaica.
Bowling for the first time in the match. So let's see if he's going to be the Craig Brathwaite of Jamaica. Brathwaite got some wickets. No ball. First ball, but kept a bit low. Certainly hurried on to Brathwaite. I'm very keen to see what McKenzie is going to offer us here.
Two men behind square on the leg side, deep backward square. And a man at a wideish fine leg position. There's also a deep mid wicket as well in place for McKenzie. Maybe that is why, testing out the middle of the pitch, but also overstepping as well, McKenzie. Also signaled that one for the over.
I just think that Jamaica want to continue to have someone bowling short at both Drakes and Brathwaite. Smith had an extensive spell, so did Mindley. So they reckon that they can get their man with a short ball, and we've seen a lot in this over so far. Here we go again. Jamaica not playing the genuine third fast bowler. They've opted to go with three spinners, with Blackwood bowling medium pace. Did a good job, however. Of course, in the old time days, you would have a team having three frontline fast bowlers. Depending on where you play, if you're in Trinidad, you may be tempted to go with the extra spin in three. Clear plan to bowl short at Drakes, who doesn't look comfortable against short bowling. As was the case actually in the first innings, he was able to weather the storm. Survived a confident appeal for a catch at the wicket. The Jamaicans were quite unhappy that he wasn't given. Now McKenzie round the wicket.
Well, the first over of the experiment of McKenzie completed, 47 for 1.
So the Barbados camp with Jamal Warrican, that big beard, with his hand on his chin there, next to him. To his left is the manager of the Barbados team, Mr. Colin Bowen. Must be happy. 47 for 1. Jamaica, they need wickets. So an interesting field with a forward shot like Anslip. Campbell has got men at the offside in run-saving positions. Backward point, extra cover, and mid-off all tight, mid-on and mid-wicket as well. As we said just before the break, it's not been that Barbados have broken free. They've had to work for their runs. And that's how you should play the game. Some of the teams will say, okay, 119, let's go out there and we're going to lose. Not the Jamaicans, they're fighting. One would think that they should lose this, but they're going to fight.
End of 17, 47 for 1.
So the Barbados dugout will be happy. Started very well this morning, picking up wickets consistently, especially the captain, John Campbell, and Blackwood for duck first ball. Here's Mackenzie to continue. Well, if you bowl that, you're going to be punished. Down to backward point. That's going for 4.
Well, it was only a matter of time before Drake's latched on to 1. He's waited on what you could say to be the right delivery for him. That angle taking the ball even wider of him. He just needed to get it up and over point. And he did just that. Also brings up the 50 for Barbados Pride.
More runs. Through cover, 4 more. Well played. Off the back foot and banged away through cover.
Well, it was as easy as it gets, especially given the angle from around the wicket. Always going wider of Drake's. A lot of vacant space in that cover region. And any bat on it would take it to the boundary.
Well, the backward point is right on the boundary now, and Mackenzie decides to go over the wicket again. Doesn't have the pace really.
Yeah, I agree. Doesn't have the pace necessarily to rush either of these batters. But what's truly failing him here is that line from around the wicket where he was the previous 2 deliveries that were dispatched before. The line of the ball, he was pitching down just around that middle and off area, naturally always going away from them, so width will be created. From around the wicket had to be starting, let's say, on a line outside of that leg step with that angle coming back into the rib cage or to the hip area of the body, cramping the leg cuts of Drake's for room.
So win for the Pride will certainly see them go up the table. They're now in 5th position. Another no ball. Barbados before the start of this match, 28.6. The Scorpions were above them in 4th on 29.4. Top of the stack at the start of this round. The Leeward's Hurricanes 45.4. That's wasted. The over comes to an end, 58 for 1. The Harpy Eagles struggling with the weather. 45.2 at the start of this round. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force with Jason Mohammed doing so well. 44.4 points. So it's going to be very interesting at the end of this round. There's going to be a break. The Windward Volcanoes 5.6. And the West Indies Academy 4 in 6th position. The CCC on 7.2. The Pride started poorly against the Harpy Eagles. Drake's very comfortable against spin. He's had a good time in this competition. 117 against the Academy and then 108 in the first innings here. And that's not the kind of shot you'd expect to see from Jonathan Drakes. I think it's because he's not been scoring freely. Tugged it down to mid-on. Now that's badly lined, and we'll go towards the boundary. Will it have the legs to get there? It does. It goes away for 4 byes.
Not helping the cause there. Royal, obviously not the biggest total that they're defending at the moment. Barbados Pride now require a further 57 runs to secure a victory here.
The experiment with Mackenzie is over. Before you could say Jamaica land we love. Just 2 overs, and you would expect Barnes to come into the attack. He was the man that got 6 wickets in the first innings. He's got a very difficult assignment here. Not many runs to play with. Umpire Crawford with the sun in his eyes. Looks as if he's going to go across the point. Yep. Man from Georgetown, Guyana.
Just looking to work that through that mid-wicket region. Craig Brathwaite, and just closing the face of the bat a little too early on that one. This time he gets it to mid-wicket, but still can't get a run. Young Redwood, the leg spinner, doing the fielding. Finds space this time and gets himself one. But more importantly, one less required now for Barbados Pride.
Couple of runs here down to that backward point area. Too short and too wide. No challenges for the batsman. The 50-run partnership between Brathwaite and Drakes coming up. Well done to them. Good camera work as well. Mr. Blenman will ask for an increase in pay after you did that just now. I'll speak to Mr. Green. So the over comes to an end, 65 for 1. Barbados, as Mac Fingal, the famous Calypsonian, would say, they're cooking good looking. A lot of credit must be given to Brathwaite and Drakes, because after McCaskey departed, the score on 15. That's too short and punched away off the back foot. That's going to go for 4 through extra cover.
Good shot by Captain Brathwaite. Just transferring the weight nicely onto that back foot. Yeah, falling away slightly, but still executing quite well. Able to find that gap.
I was making the point about Brathwaite understanding the game, recognizing that, look, despite the fact 119 runs is a small target, having gotten McCaskey early, with Minley bowling well, Smith firing in, a wicket or two could have just unsettled Barbados, and I think he was fully aware of that, and as a result really dropped anchor, and it was a good display of commitment. Brathwaite must be given a lot of credit for what he's done, not only for West Indies cricket, but for Barbados. This is where he started. I remember talking to Nikita Miller sometime, and he said when he saw this Brathwaite, I mean, he just can't get him out. He would bat and bat for a long time. Very patient. We'll get runs, we'll get just one. The other thing about Brathwaite too is in the last, I'd say 3 years, he's been a little bit more aggressive in his stroke play. There was a predictability about his batting, just working the ball around, but you know, he comes down the pitch sometimes, will hit you over the top. Wow. Drakes must be a mathematician. That was very close to the outside edge and to his off stump. More importantly, Sun is out in all of his brilliance here. And Barbados very well on their way to win. They're 70 for 1. So Brathwaite and Drake just saying, look, the job is not done as yet. The Barbados camp will be happy. The manager's there, and there's Forde at the back. Produced a beauty to get rid of Blackwood this morning, and he ran across Kensington as if he'd won gold at the Olympics. Now Barnes to continue. Good cricket. Played to the left off, mid off. Running was positive.
He's really executed that shot quite well across this game, Jonathan Drakes. It was the hallmark of that 100 that he made. And he continues now in the second innings.
Beautiful timing there. Remember the boundary he struck through extra cover to get to his 100 off the same bowler. Rasping drive through cover. And that's a poor delivery. And that's going to go for 4. The length, the line, everything wrong there. All he had to do was to get better than that, and he did. That was quick, could not get across in time.
Runs starting to come off quickly now. And I guess it's reaching that stage where you begin to look at your watch and wonder if maybe you can get home before the evening traffic hits the road.
3:28 in Barbados, 2:28 in Jamaica. Hello to all of those in Jamaica watching the stream. Wayne Lewis, Gravel Hines. So, an over in which Barbados scored 2 boundaries, 79 for 1. So Brathwaite just getting some water. Took a pill there, maybe he's got a headache or something, maybe an energy pill. He's going to continue to battle away. I suppose someday he'll get a national honor. He deserves it. Ever since he was a toddler, on the lips of Barbadians, the Herman Griffith competition. This is where we spot them, making hundreds along with Anthony Allen then. Well, he didn't quite make it. He played a couple of matches for Barbados. But look where Brathwaite is now. And we'll get more runs. Just one. Like by signal by umpire Crawford, who may change his flight and maybe go home tomorrow to the rains of Georgetown. Yeah, but when you talk about Brathwaite and his contribution, I mean, you got to give him top marks. There's no question about it. Ooh, very late on the back foot. Royal thought he'd breached the defense of Drake's bat, but he got it down in time.
Yeah, just slightly flatter on that occasion, coming in on the angle as well.
When the Australians come, look at the number of test matches played by Brathwaite. Would have been hoping to have played his 100th test at home, but that's not the case. So, the Jamaicans needed wickets, and wickets quickly. Barbados are 80 for 1.
Runs behind square for Brathwaite. Just one though. Just 38 runs now needed for Barbados Pride. They can look back on this one and certainly take quite a few positives out of it, Barbados Pride. Especially from this man currently batting in Jonathan Drake's. A break next round, but they'll be hoping that his form can continue throughout the remainder of this season. Yeah, I wouldn't want to get back-to-back hundreds and then end the season with just 400 runs, even 500. I want to be pushing the boundaries. With regards to the amount of runs that you can rack up in one season. A big question with regards to how much Jason Mohammed might be able to rack up this season. He's certainly in a purple patch. A couple hundreds and a double hundred as well for him this season. There are questions surrounding whether or not he could be the next batter to surpass 1,000 runs in a first-class season. Can Drake's put his name amongst that contest? A bit of a ricochet off the stumps allows for them to get a couple more. The end of the over, it's 85 for 1. That should challenge the boundary. And indeed it does, hits that rope now. Brathwaite motoring along and truly playing a captain's knot in this second innings. Wasn't all that short, but got deep into the crease. Brathwaite just needed to get it behind square and did just that. Unfazed and untroubled by that one. Just one delivery left now in this Royal over. Thoughts of 2 and should be very comfortable for them. The end of 25. It's 91 for 1.
Looking very comfortable now for the Barbados Pride. I guess you could call it within touching distance. This pair has taken all the sting out of the Scorpions. That was good, isn't it?
Well done, Hendy, well done. It's just so interesting what we're about to see here, Hendy, because it's something that we actually discussed with regards to when you bring your leg spinner, when captains opt to bring their leg spinner, when they should actually bring the leg spinner. So here now, with just 28 runs required, throwing the ball to the young 18-year-old leg spinner. And I'm not sure what they're asking him to do at this stage. But it's a case of not just the fact that he's a leg spinner, but a young leg spinner at that, thrusting him into the contest by far earlier and giving him that measure of confidence. 2 bad deliveries and this game is pretty much done and dusted.
Well, he's really on a height to nothing, and that probably could work in his favor. So if he's a few shots are played off him, you know, he may argue, well, the deal was already done. I just got a chance to bowl a few. I quite enjoyed what I saw from him in the first innings. There was just on one occasion where the ball went over the boundary into the covers, and I think it got damp, and he had some difficulty with his grip and served a couple of full tosses, but generally his control was quite good. He gives the ball a good rip. I'm sure he would love if the target was probably another 129 runs. I mentioned yesterday about chatting with the coach, Robert Haynes, who too was a leg spinner for Jamaica and West Indies. And he said he's very excited about Redwood, 18 years of age. He's quite happy to take him under his wing. So we'll keep an eye out for this young man as his career develops.
What would have really boosted his confidence is, in fact, that first match that he played, that first match of the season where he actually picked up 7 in that second innings, and it was a 7 that allowed Jamaica Scorpions to get their first win of the season. So that certainly would have given him a lot of confidence. There's always a case of how do I back that up?
And I'm told he has the full repertoire as well. Top spinners, googly. But you can see at the top of his mark there how he really gives it a good twirl. Well, not much to write home about in that first over. He conceded some 6 runs, and it's 96 for 1.
Well, with just 22 runs required, I peeked to my left and saw that Hendy looked at his watch. He's probably got to get home and cook some dinner. As we continue here with Javelle Royal continuing from this Joel Garner end. Still maybe hoping to at least take 1 or 2 more of these Pride batters before the end of this one.
In contrast here, Royal, not much variation to his stuff. Very accurate between wicket and wicket. Into his 7th over, just conceding some 14 runs. And he's constantly honing in on that front pad, looking for the LBW, or maybe the inside edge onto the pad to give some work for the forward short leg. And that one was in the air for a moment. Ideally looking to spin the ball from leg to off, with the variation of the odd delivery going straight on.
Maiden over completed, 97 for 1.
It'll be Redwood again to bowl to Drakes, and he's got that first over out of the way, so probably a little bit more loose now. But yet another loose delivery, full toss. That's not going to cause any problems.
Doesn't pay too much for that one drag down. Protection deep mid wicket. Oh, just 20 runs required for Barbados Pride. Oh, stand at 99 for 1.
Small target for Barbados, but there was always the possibility that if Jamaica could sort of unsettle the team and get a couple of wickets, you never know what might happen, but I think Barbados Pride was always going to be favourites. I'm sure that the Scorpions would have wanted to take something away from this game. Maybe some time for reflection as the competition takes a break after this round, which gives the teams an opportunity to look at their best combinations as the 100 comes up for the Barbados Pride. For the loss of just 1 wicket, 108 minutes of 28 overs. So congratulations to the Pride. Extremely comfortable looking dressing room there. And they'll be hoping that the pair out there will complete the job. As I said, just within touching distance, 19 more required. There's that one. It's going down to third man for a boundary.
And well described by Henry Wallace, who knows about hitting boundaries, having hit 2, batting with Milton Small. Yeah, outside the off stump, down to third man. It's getting easier. And that period after McCaskey departed, when Mindy was charging in along with Smith, they recognized that, yes, you just have to work around the ball, don't get out. And it's easy for the Barbados team against the Scorpions of Jamaica. Oh, where did that bounce come from? A major letdown today, starting on 26 for 1, all out for 180. And that's the problem, the lack of consistency in the batting of the Jamaica Scorpions.
Yeah, didn't really do any justice to that position. It really required some consolidation and then building on that. But you just got the impression that they were, maybe say, rushing the brush.
I haven't heard that in a while, Andy. Rushing the brush. And over Gala Rush me. I'm sure you heard of that. Gala Rush me. Yeah, Drake's now very comfortable. And cricket is about moments, you know, you have a difficult period, you ride it out, it gets easier as you bat longer. Over comes to an end, 104 for 1. So in case you were planning to come to the region's Mecca tomorrow, make some other plans, go to the market early, get some fresh fruit, maybe watch the other matches being played across the region or watch a bit of football from England. My team Man United playing on the weekend against Tottenham. That's your team, Tottenham, is it? Tottenham?
It is.
You still support them?
I reluctantly announce that.
Yeah. Very inconsistent Tottenham.
No, I'd be actually quite consistent. We've been consistently bad.
Yeah. It's interesting that a lot of West Indians support Tottenham. I mean, what's your reason for supporting them?
Yeah, someone asked me that earlier, and I suspect it was the coverage that we got in the 70s, you know, with Match of the Day, BBC, and Spurs played the sort of football that was close to what the Brazilians played. And, you know, everybody loved Brazil in the 70s. And I think a lot of it stemmed from that with the Ardiles and the Vilas and people like that. And I suspect that's where that's when I started to support them. So I sort of stuck with them. I appreciate other teams that are better when they play attractive football, but I remain stoic.
Yeah, you should. Tottenham team, a lot of support in the Caribbean. Of course, many people support Liverpool because of John Barnes with a Jamaican connection.
Much better over from Redwood. His third over. So he's a little bit more confident there now in that third over. Unfortunately, not going to get much of an opportunity to get a real ball, but I think he's created enough of an impression in this game. As I said, Robert Haynes in discussion yesterday said he's got a lot of time for him and he's prepared to take him under his wing. So we wish the young man good luck in his career.
Yep. So just 14 to get now. Of course, a side like Aston Villa with the support of Jamaicans, with Bailey playing for them. And they may soon have Greenwood. Can't go back to Man United. Rashford is left for Aston Villa. More runs for Brathwaite, who get 2. Getting even closer to the finish line. It's been a workmanlike performance from a workmanlike batsman in Brathwaite. And of course, Jonathan Drakes, who would have caught the eye of the talent scout, I would imagine. Well, I don't think you like that. Playing right across the line. Henry Brooms, the chairman of selectors here, is the talent scout. Had lunch with him. Doesn't like to come on my show, Mason and Guess. I wonder why.
Hey, he likes to speak to you personally.
not for the millions and the thousands across the world to hear. I don't think he would want Donald Trump to hear what he has to say about Barbados' cricket. Yeah, it's getting easier now. This would be a disappointment for the Scorpions. Cock a hoop and Barbados were 51 for 4, but Drakes made the difference with that 100. And now in the second innings, he's doing well. A rich vein of form for the 30-year-old.
Missed out on that one, ill-directed down the leg side. Just really wanted to get some bat on it. I reckon that would have gone a long way towards the fine leg boundary, so he'd be disappointed with that. One hit away from a half century to follow his century, you said, in the first innings.
Yeah, the Jamaicans are really struggling here now. No energy. 106 for 1. So just 30 more to get for Barbados.
As you said, was that period just before tea where you felt that the Jamaicans were, making a fist of it? They were not gonna let the Barbados Pride cruise to victory. And as you said, it was all about weathering that storm just for a moment. And there was no real backup from what we saw from Odean Smith.
In fact, as a result of that, Odean Smith actually bowled an extended spell, because nowadays, as Brathwaite will look for a second run and will get it down to fine leg backward square, having to come across to the right. Yeah, I think because he troubled Drakes. Normally would have bowled for about forwards, but he went for 6 on the trot with the leg gully in. This is very easy now. Very, very easy.
So I would say the Scorpions are just wishing for the end.
Yep, wishing and hoping like Dusty Springfield. Suppose if you look at the Jamaicans and their reggae artists, you could say Barbados raiding the barn like Anthony B. I'm sure you know Anthony B. You're a big reggae man, I'm told. Or you look rock studying ska like Maurice Foster.
No, I'm with the reggae reggae beat. Bob Marley is my man.
Stir it up like Brother Bob.
Yeah, don't worry about a thing.
Don't worry about a thing. Everything will be all right. As he uses his three little birds. So, what a wonderful country.
So the over completed now. All ones. Nelson, 111 for 1.
This game would possibly end just after 4 o'clock on the third day. Where when you make 231 and 180, you really expect the opposing team to be poor. Barbados got 293. And that 62 was not big but important. And after getting an early wicket, Brathwaite has dropped anchor. And we'll get more. Lovely shot. Down to that wide third man backward point area. This would be a good feeling for the Barbados side. Have the tongues in Barbados wagging after that ordinary performance against the Eagles of Guyana. But they came back, I suppose stung by the embarrassment, had a big victory against the Academy. And now they're going to sting the Scorpions of Jamaica. I wonder what it's going to be like in the call-in programs in Jamaica. They love their athletics, they love their cricket, they love their football, and they love their horse racing. This will give enough time for Lance Whittaker, the Sportsmax zone this evening to examine this game, along with Ricardo Chambers. Wonder what they will be saying. Just 6 to win now. Yeah, just a matter of time now. Jamaica having just one game at Sabina Park. This will hurt them. Barbados will come pretty close to the top, having been in the middle.
So over completed, 113 for 1. Just one hit away from victory. Redwood. To Drakes and just pushing it in the offside. They probably could push for a second here, but no real rush. Probably one in the middle now if both batters can get to 50.
Yep. Brathwaite has got the opportunity to do it. Barbados currently in 5th position on 28.6 points. The Leeward Hurricanes 45.4. The Eagles 45.2. This table will change for sure. Jamaica started this round ahead of Barbados on 29.4.
And that's the 100-run partnership as well for these two. Well done to Craig Brathwaite and Jonathan Drakes.
Applause coming from the Barbados camp, looking very relaxed. And it's about time to look for victory here. That's gone a long way down towards the boundary. We'll have the legs to get there. The race is tight. So Barbados just about ready to win it. Just 2 more runs for victory. And Drakes is looking for his half-century. And will get it. And will also seal the deal for Barbados. Jonathan Drakes raising the bat. Brilliant, excellent, superb. His captain will congratulate him. Yes, look at that hug. Victory for the Barbados side. The Scorpions have been stung at the region's Mecca.
Congratulations to Jonathan Drakes and also to the Barbados Pride. A comprehensive victory by 9 wickets. They will have a lot of positives to take away from this game. Some reflection will be required by the Jamaican Scorpions. But young man there will be very pleased for the efforts he had in this game. A century and a half, century unbeaten. He will remember this match.
For quite a long time. And President Dr. Kishore Shallow saying, nobody is going to be left out. We're not retiring anyone. The pool is too small. And one would imagine that with this performance, he would have caught the eye of the only man that really matters. We're talking about our good friend, Mr. Darren Sammy, the pride and joy of St. Lucia. What a performance. As John Campbell, the captain of the Jamaica side, alongside Drakes, and in front of Mr. Campbell is the captain of the Barbados team, quite appropriately leading the troops off. The business of a leader is to turn obstacles into stepping stones and disaster into triumph. Barbados at one stage were not looking good at all, on 51 for 4 in pursuit of 231. But with tremendous energy, Jonathan Drakes made 108 and made the difference in this match. And the coup de grace goes to the Barbados Pride. Congratulations all around. I know that travel day for the teams on Sunday, the Jamaicans, I'm sure they'll want to stay in Barbados, go to the market early in the morning and enjoy the wonderful beaches of this great country, and then fly home on Sunday to an examination from its people. It's been a very impressive performance by the Barbados Pride, carrying on from where they left off against the Academy. And I'm sure that the country will be proud of their performance, led by the undisputed leader, Mayor Amor Mortley, right down to the president of the Barbados Cricket Association, Mr. Conde Riley. They go up the steps of a great man, national hero, the right excellent Sir Garfield Sobers, pavilion named after him, and quite appropriately, the Barbados team winning in their own backyard. What a performance by Barbados. They won by 10 wickets and will be happy about the success against the Jamaica Scorpions.
A lot of positives to take away from the performance. And like anything, you have your debriefing and look and see the areas that you did well, what you could do better, and anything that you could do differently. Sometimes not always better, but you can do it differently. And I think that the fast bowling combination, the seaming combination for this game would have given them some pleasure as well. Good to see that the spinners are still playing a part. Basham Holder and Jamel Warrican. But I think the batting of Jonathan Drakes has really been the real bonus for the team.
Yeah. Yeah, certainly. Batting extremely well. And going fine for 4. Barbados just 119 for victory. And then, gift of a wicket, McCaskey off the back foot, plays square in the offside for 4. 2 wide. And Drakes plays him square. 2 short. To the offside through cover for 4. Getting easier for the Barbados team. Yeah. Meat and drink really, and a no ball as well. The stage, the Barbadians were doing pretty well. In fact, Jamaica tried Mackenzie, didn't work out at all, too short. Played down to backward, point for 4. Jonathan Drakes having a grand time at the region's Mecca. Was good. Swept away. And Brathwaite off the back foot, cutting the ball, squaring the offside for another boundary. Victory was close. Look at that. Through cover. Not good bowling by Barnes. Down the leg side, that's a free hit. Oh, lovely shot. The Frankie whirl in that. More runs down to third man. Redwood came into the attack late, and that went down towards the boundary, sealing the deal for the Barbados team. And yeah, well done, Cappy. Well done, Drakesy. A performance worthy of commendation. It's been fun for the Barbados side, misery for Jamaica. Hendy Wallace alongside me to do an analysis of this game. Barbados won the toss, and they said, look, let me allow Jamaica to bat first. Jamaica made 231. Barbados some difficulty, but in the end, 293. That first innings lead of 62 was crucial.
Well, it turned out to be quite crucial. We didn't expect that it would have made that much of a difference because the pitch was still playing quite well and you could still score runs on it. After that century from Jonathan Drakes, you expected that the Scorpions would have erased that deficit quite easily. But then when we saw the dismissal of Brown in the first innings yesterday evening, where a delivery that just kept the trifle low, but there was some movement as well, it suggested that it was not going to be plain sailing for the Scorpions. And as it turned out this morning, it was very difficult for them.
Yeah, 26 for 1 at the start of the third day. They had to bat very well, but Barbados had great success early in the morning.
Yeah, I think it's an early start this morning, the first hour's play. I think that Barbados really put that pressure on the Jamaicans by taking wickets. And you felt that Jamaica could not just adopt the approach to occupy the crease. They also had to try and make runs. And I think that there were some shots that were a little bit careless. And to be quite fair, they got a few chances from the Barbados fielders as well, because it could have been a lot worse. But that initial period this morning, I think, really sealed the deal for Barbados.
Yeah, good bowling from young Simmons. I thought Forde was good, getting the big snapper when he got Blackwood bowl first ball.
Yeah, that sent a message that really sent shockwaves through the Scorpions, because Blackwood has had some good form in this year's tournament, and getting him first ball up really gave the Barbados team a lift. And from then it was really, I always felt that it was going to be down to Campbell and the left-hander Glenn, who probably would have been the persons at that stage who are quite capable of scoring quickly. And the style of play as well. We've seen that Campbell would improvise from time to time. And then the power of Glenn, you felt that he could pose a real problem for the Barbados team.
When he got to half century, but then gave his hand away, 180 all out. Barbados having to get 119 for victory. They lost the wicket of McCaskey early, but then there was a little period just before the break with Smith bowling well, along with Blackwood, and certainly the Barbados players were able to ride that period out. When the spinners came on, it was easy sailing for them.
Well, what it appeared as if the captain, Campbell, decided to use a slightly unorthodox method, something that we are seeing a bit more often now in cricket, where he adopted the short ball tactic with a leg side field set for that. And it was just about a 20-minute period or so where it proved to be a little bit uncomfortable, particularly for Jonathan Drakes. But the interval probably came at the right time, and they were able to ride that little bit period where it was a little bit uncomfortable. They got through that, and then from there on in, it was easy sailing.
Easy sailing. Barbados just losing one wicket, winning by 10 wickets. It really was a very comprehensive performance. And Jonathan Drakes, the star, with 100, and then of course doing an extremely good job in making sure that he got 50, and quite appropriately winning the game for the Barbados team. It finished in 3 days, and Henry Wallace, as you say goodbye, what a comprehensive performance for the Barbados team.
Yeah, I think the Pride can sort of really, they should be very pleased with what has transpired. And we have so much cricket coming up with the schedule this year, with the West Indies men tour to UK and Ireland in May, from May to the middle of June. And then we have the home series with Australia coming to these shores, Andrew, that we're all looking forward to, with the first test match here in Barbados. And then we also have a home series against the Pakistan team here in the Caribbean as well. And then with the West Indies women, we also have to give them as much support as possible where they go to the ICC Women's Cricket World Cup qualifiers. That's in April. And then they have a tour to England. So a lot of cricket for the women as well, not to mention the home series against South African women. And then, of course, once they qualify, there's the ICC Women's World Cup in September in India.
Yeah, and of course, now there's going to be a break. Henry Wallace for the cricketers, Barbados, fifth at the start of this round, will be certainly going up in terms of the table. And to be honest with you, having lost to the Harpy Eagles, this represents a tremendous comeback by the Barbados team.
Well, this is exactly what they needed to get up the table, and also to get some points in and credible performances. So they've obviously improved significantly on that first display against the Harpy Eagles, and not much opposition really against the Academy, but a really comprehensive performance here against the Jamaican Scorpions.
So the game ended in 3 days. Barbados, a big victory for them by 10 wickets. And as we said, Jonathan Drakes catching the eyes of the selectors with 100, and then 50, and quite appropriately a little dab down to third man to win the game. We hope you enjoyed our broadcast half as much as we enjoyed bringing it to you, where the Jamaicans are behind closed doors doing a post-mortem on the massacre. Someone just told me that Barbados was sweet to the belly like Vibes Cartel. Andrew Mason, for the final time, on behalf of the team, saying goodbye from Kensington Oval.